Good morning, traders. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live. I'm Maggie Lake, filling in for Anthony. Joining me today, senior macro strategist Craig Shapiro, senior economist Tracy Shuchart, and senior market strategist Jim Cagnina. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning,
Good
panel.
morning, all.
Monday morning, and all is well, I guess. Markets are rallying on news that the U.S. and Iran have reached some sort of deal to end hostilities. We'll fill in the details on that, but stock futures are higher, oil sharply lower. Shai, I have to think that is dominating the headlines this morning, even though there are a ton and have been a ton over the weekend. But what are you watching?
Yes, so I wrote this up in my morning note. If you guys don't get it, sign up for it. It'll be in the chat. But we'll go over this really quickly. So there is an interim agreement. Now, I want to specify that this is not an agreement, it's an MOU. So the two countries are supposed to meet in Switzerland on Friday to formally sign this MOU with key sticking points left for the next stage of talks. So by any stretch of the imagination, this is not over. Again, this is a memorandum of understanding, not a final deal. It pauses hostilities and lifts the U.S. blockade. 60 days of nuclear talks will begin after they have both signed. The 14-point framework includes what we know so far: U.S. commitments to lift sanctions, withdraw forces, release Iran's frozen funds, and present a $300 billion reconstruction plan. Now, as far as this agreement is concerned, Iran's commitment is to reopen the Strait within 30 days. I want to note that there are a couple of things going on here. Trump's already threatened strikes could resume if the nuclear talks fail. So again, this is just a pause. This is an extension of the ceasefire for another 60 days to talk about the real sticking points, which include compensation, nuclear, and the release of their frozen funds. We also have another risk is Lebanon, which is a live risk. Iran's deputy foreign minister obviously confirmed that this deal includes an immediate ceasefire on all fronts, including Lebanon. But we did have Israel coming out this morning and saying they rejected the agreement and said that Trump's agreement does not bind us, and demanding the dismantling of Hezbollah. So Lebanon is a risk. If it escalates, that gives Iran can walk away before Friday. So just know that 5 days is a very long time. Anything could happen. So very subject to headline risk. Obviously, oil markets reacted down, equity markets up, yields down. So they are obviously, looking past this, which is fine. I just want to reiterate that it is by no means completely over. The strait is still closed. We've only had one LNG ship go through. That was today, nothing over the weekend. So traffic is certainly by no means back where it was before. And again, Iran would still have 30 days to reopen the strait. It doesn't happen right away, even if they sign the deal on Friday. Moving on to Anthropic. The U.S. has ordered Anthropic to disable access to its most advanced AI platforms for all foreign nationals, discovering that it's possible to jailbreak the Fable 5 AI model. So in return, Anthropic shut both Mythos and Fable down to everybody. Now, this has triggered some concern over what Anthropic called a disproportionate response, and a warning that such an approach could halt all new model developments for all frontier model providers. The U.S. government's response is seen as a significant incursion into an AI company's operations and may set a precedent for major AI model developers. So that is first and foremost a concern for some of these companies right now. And moving on, obviously we had SpaceX come out, right? And We do have Anthropic and OpenAI that are debuting. So for the better part of 2 decades, a defining feature in the U.S. stock market has been scarcity. Year after year, shares have disappeared from public hands, with buybacks of S&P 500 companies alone erasing nearly $12 trillion worth. Now investors are about to discover what happens when supply suddenly comes rushing back, according to JPM. IPOs, secondary offerings, and other share sales are poised to add 1.5 trillion of stock into the U.S. equity market over the next 2 years, even accounting for buybacks. If realized, that would mark the strongest period of net equity issuance since the late 1990s. Treasury markets, obviously, yields have pulled back, and we are looking at swaps traders are now pricing in about a 70% of a quarter point Fed hike by December. That's down from 80% on Friday. Obviously, crude, WTI, and Brent both falling 5%. Their Brent crude and the 10-year are highly correlated. We've talked about this often, so not surprising the fall in Brent would cause yields also to fall. That said, Goldman Sachs still thinks the 10-year Treasury yield will end the year near 4.70%, currently trading at 4.45% right now. So they do still expect yields to end the year higher. Interesting. Note, we have Fed this week, obviously. Everybody, all eyes on Warsh. How is he going to react? Is he going to be hawkish? Is he going to talk about the dot plot and whether he is going to, he's mentioned that he wanted to get rid of it. Now, I don't think he will be able to on this meeting by any stretch of the imagination, but people will be listening to see if he says it's under review or not, maybe for the September meeting. So it's just something to keep an eye on. We'll talk about that more as Wednesday approaches. Quadruple witching on Friday for options expiry. Busy week. So, the three things we need to watch is any disruption to this MOU that's supposed to be signed on Friday, options expiry, and Fed. Jam-packed week. And then as far as data is concerned, today we have at 8:30 Empire State Manufacturing, 9:15 Industrial Production, Manufacturing Production, and cap utilization, and then at 10 NAHB Housing Market Index. None of which are big market movers, by the way.
Well, thank goodness, because there's enough other stuff going on to move the markets. Wow, that's a lot. There's a lot going on. Hey, chat. Everyone's up and at it and ready to trade the day. I can see. Sil saying it's not a deal. It's just a deal to talk about a deal, which is a good way to think about it. But, we're going to have to see because, as you say, Shai, the market is looking through it. And George weighing in as well, saying, buy the rumor, sell the fact, ? Not today, but maybe soon. It's something that we've had guests on. I know Jared Dillian flagged that when he was on a couple weeks ago. And so that's another issue I think we're going to have to contend with. So there's going to be a lot going on this week. Craig, what's top of mind for you? We've got all of these different issues. Where's your head as we start this trading week?
Well, very active week, as Shai mentioned. But the good news is actually it's only a 4-day week because we're closed on Friday for Juneteenth. And so we get to accelerate all of this action into a 4-day period. Options expiry is actually on Thursday. Futures rolled this week as well. And then Thursday morning, we have the Canyon of Heroes parade for the NBA champion New York Knicks. So there's going to be a volume issue. There's going to be a volume issue all day on Thursday as well, as most of the city is hanging out downtown celebrating the first championship in 53 years. So keep that in mind when you're thinking about this week, because it is an expiry week. You have the market in significantly positive gamma. The window of potential weakness is basically closed. But you have the Fed meeting at 2 o'clock on Wednesday afternoon, Warsh's first press conference, 2:30, and kind of, again, this very shortened trading period before liquidity, dissipates into a holiday weekend. So as far as the reaction to the peace deal overnight, I think what's most interesting I'm looking at is, what's really not reacting. I look at dollar yen, right? If you think about dollar weakness on the back of the peace deal. Well, dollar yen is flat. We're not really seeing any yen rally there. I think that's notable. And then similarly on bonds, 30-year yields are up 1 basis point on back of this. I'm sorry, down 1 basis point on back of this. If you think about how much of the bond market weakness we've seen and yields up has been because of sticky inflation and higher energy prices. Well, we've seen now energy prices have fallen a tremendous amount from the highs. And, December crude down 3% today and back down to the mid 70s and 5% for spot. And at the long end of the bond market is really not rallying and yields remaining elevated. And so, this idea that we're just going to have this big bond rally and the Fed's going to get back to cutting interest rates to address, a slowing labor market, if that exists, it's not really there. And so I think that's notable. Clearly, the equity market is happy. Gold and Bitcoin are also showing some, nice life today. But when we look across assets, I think there's not uniform, belief that the deal is going to actually change the trajectory, in some large way of what was already expected into the economy, in the back half of this year. I think we're going to be dealing with still a strong demand environment, driven by the AI story, and an energy market that remains snug. And that's going to make it harder for central banks to provide any easing. This week, we're also going to get a BOJ meeting, and they're going to be hiking rates most likely on Thursday. So have to keep that in mind as we head into this week as well.
Yeah, I like that energy markets are snug. It feels that way. By the way, great flag on the volume issue on Thursday, because you are right. I'm sure everybody's feed was full of what New York looked like, but this was one of the highest rated NBA championships. I don't know if it's because everyone was rooting against the Knicks or rooting for them, but
I won, by the way.
You won. On the way back.
I had money on the game.
On the way back, Shy. Good for you. No, it was so epic, and I think people are looking for something to celebrate. We're going into a long weekend. I think you're going to, even if you're not on the street, I think you're going to have a lot of people. World Cup too. Hello, it's World Cup as well. So I think you're going to have a lot of people peeling out, Craig, early and getting that jump on the weekend for sure. And so that is really important. If you're not in the U.S., watch out, because we know on Fridays the volume tends to go down in the summer. If people get a chance to step away, and maybe this MOU gives them that, takes a little bit of that headline risk off. But clearly there is some skepticism. I want to ask you about that in a minute, Shai. But Jim, just any charts that you are popping for you this morning that you're looking at? I mean, clearly equity is showing a big response, but what's
I mean, it's gap galore today. We've got all the stock index futures with gaps. We have crude oil with a gap down. I mean, there was just that big jolt on that Globex open, so a lot of traders are going to be looking at those gaps. If going back to the stock index futures, though, I mean, those gaps are in the rearview mirror right now. I mean, even the S&P is already back up to above their June open, trading at almost 670-600 right now as we speak. So it'll be an interesting trading day, because especially when you couple it with rollover. So we're going to see most of the volume in the September contracts right now for the equities. And that's what I'm going to be showing. That's what I'm going to be trading from now on. We didn't have that volume on Friday, but we're having it this morning already. It's about 50-50, give or take. And it's just going to migrate more and more to September. So remember that. That's super important today, that there's going to be a little extra volatility sprinkled in because of this rollover that we're going to go through. But it should be easy peasy, and I think that the technicals are gonna show up strong today.
Yeah. Streamside saying 5% drop in oil is a 5% drop in oil, which is true. Shai, what are we going to be looking for in terms of the sort of hope and optimism around the fact that this MOU may actually turn into a deal, and then the sort of reality of getting the Strait reopened and the ships and all of the things that you've been detailing for us? What are we going to be watching to see whether this actually turns into something that has some momentum?
Right. Well, first we're going to see if this deal is signed on Friday or not. 5 days is a very long time. I mean, if we have headlines every other day. So just be aware of that fact. It's still very much headline risk. But again, if it is signed on Friday, they have 30 days to reopen the Strait. What that looks like, we don't know. They have mentioned in the past that they will not have the Strait be to the same levels, open to the same level that it was before. They will be charging a toll, and they will be working in conjunction with Oman on that. Now, we'll have to see, if that final MOU says that. Could be that the U.S. side says, no go, we don't want tolls, we want it open and free, as Donald Trump said, so that's another risk on this MOU. And then we still have 60 days to come to an agreement on everything else. So that could last who knows how long. That still means the Strait would not be flowing as it was prior for, another 60 days. That could last even longer. So, and then once it does fully open, then what does it look like? We need to bring production back online. A lot of these wells in the Middle East are older, aging wells. It's not a simple process bringing production back online from them, as well as we need to clear the Strait. We need to clear the barnacles off the boats. We need to
Forget about the barnacles.
Don't forget about the barnacles. And then we need to get ships moving. And then once all of the backlog is filled, which is about 1,700 ships, then we can start having new ships go through. And just remember, like there was before 115 ships going through a day. If that's dramatically cut back to 50 ships with with 1,700 ships in a backlog, that's a lot of days just to clear the backlog. So just keep that in mind. We've had Chevron came out again this weekend and said we are very concerned about global inventory levels, particularly in the United States. And so it's a lot of time to go by without, new production online.
Yeah. We're gonna keep trying to sort of keep us tethered in reality as we move through this. But there is no doubt that there is a lot of optimism today. So let's
100%.
cover some of the other issues. And obviously SpaceX, big IPO that everyone was waiting for, looks like it's going to trade higher today. There looks like there's a lot of enthusiasm, Craig, around technology again. How are you thinking about the NASDAQ? Look like it's showing leadership. What are you going to be watching for? I know you mentioned NVIDIA is coming to market. I mean, we just continue to see a lot of these companies raise money.
Yeah, that's just another headline from this morning. NVIDIA has announced that they're going to be doing another bond deal, first bond deal for them, I think, in 5 years, marketing duration out to 30 years, looking to raise at least $20 billion. We heard from Oracle last week that's going to be issuing debt and equity securities. We know Google raised equity. There's been talks of Meta raising equity. SpaceX, obviously, 75 plus billion of equity there. Anthropic, OpenAI are coming with more equity raises. And so this is a story that's going to continue to pick up momentum here as far as, how this industry is funding itself increasingly with debt and now more so with equity. And so that is a significant headwind to, the momentum here. We have corporates who are hitting the bid. It's a different dynamic, as Shai mentioned earlier, than what we've seen over the last 20 years when the tech sector specifically has been a net share reducer, for quite some time. Now we're going to start seeing net equity issuance across the space. And so it just makes it a little bit more difficult for equity indices to continue to propel higher. We talk about the flows every day. And so this flow of corporate issuance is now a headwind to all the supportive flows that we talk about, particularly in a week like this where we have significantly positive gamma. We have options expiry on Thursday morning. We have all the zero data expiry flow, the structured products flow, the June expiry, one of the quarterly expiries. This will be, not surprisingly, the largest expiry ever, until the next quarterly expiry. And so, there's over $5 trillion of expiry that comes off the board, on Thursday morning and then again on Thursday afternoon for the individual names. And so these are the, supportive flows. I also just saw a headline. Just think about the leverage ETF rebalance flows that we have every day, which are largely tech driven. There's going to be a passive bid of, over $25 billion when we, for today that needs to rebalance by the end of the day today. So it's, if you're thinking about fading the tape, if you're thinking about, the top is in on something like this, you just have to be mindful of where we are in the calendar, where we are in the day. It's going to be a very supportive day for stocks with these rebalance flows. But, on to Wednesday with the Fed, it's going to be a crucial meeting, trying to get an understanding of how Warsh is thinking about the economy, how he's thinking about the the monetary policy cycle? Will he talk about the balance sheet? These are things that'll matter. Retail sales, also a big data point this week on Wednesday morning, too, will give some idea about the strength of the U.S. economy. We have the BOJ meeting where there's going to be a rate hike. So a lot of macro this week, not really much in the way of earnings. Micron reports next week. That's obviously a crucial data point for the AI story. So plenty to continue to get through. But right now, peace is in the air. Everybody's happy. The Knicks are the champs. Let's go.
It's worth saying that over and over. I heard a sportscaster. I don't know if you all saw this making the rounds on Reels, but I saw a sportscaster say, as he was calling the game right at the end, no one will ever be able to say there's a lead too big or a guard too small in the same way again. And I thought that was an amazing line to leave everybody with. Yeah, I know. It's fun. It feels like there's a lot of fun happening in sports. Jim, you watch UFC. Somebody said they saw Ninja on the mat or something in the chat earlier, which was super cool. But you watched the match last night, right?
Yeah, I'm a UFC fan. Everybody knows that. So Ninja was on the canvas. Actually, Craig pointed that out to me this morning. We're official sponsor there. It was exciting for me. If you're not into combat sports, I understand it, but we had a couple of upsets at the top of the card. It wasn't an upset to me, but it was upset according to the Kelce odds.
Shai, did you make money on that one too?
So I did not bet on UFC. I don't know that. I don't know that.
That's never stopped you before. Come on.
But no, I didn't vote on UFC. But I did vote the Knicks to win the series like 2 weeks ago. So that was a good one.
Oh, nice.
All right. Respect for that.
Yeah.
Shai, there are headlines this morning, to Craig's point, but about how important Kevin Warsh is going to be. And I love they stuck the picture of him smiling on the headline, but that maybe this drop in oil we saw and this, MOU understanding that maybe will be the groundwork for a peace deal. This might change the calculation and the dynamic. Doubtful for this meeting, but maybe in what he says in the presser, which is what we're really all hanging on for, maybe opens the door to rethink the inflation and rate path. Does this sort of change things up? Does this make this a little bit more interesting and unknown going into this Warsh meeting?
Well, I think we'll need to see if they're hawkish or not. Now, the Fed generally tends to look at a geopolitical oil price spike as transitory. I hate that word, but they do look at it as transitory anyway. So how much does that factor in? And also, oil's still at $80. So, I mean, it's not exactly unelevated by any stretch of the imagination, right? We've been trading between $80 and $90 dollars, so those are still elevated prices. We're still seeing pass-throughs and fuel charges and things of that nature that are trickling down. Now, I don't think that Warsh is going, just because an MOU is necessarily signed, that I don't know how much of an input factor that is, given the fact that it's just an extension of the ceasefire deal. Still, the meat of the agreement needs to be fulfilled over the next 60 days. So I think he's still going to be, very, wary of rocking the apple cart. Obviously, they're going to hold, but we'll have to see how hawkish he is or not. Does he mention the dot plot or not? Because we know he wanted to get rid of that. Now, I don't think he's not going to risk market havoc by getting rid of it in his very first meeting, because Trump would freak out on him if he started causing market havoc right away. So I think he's going to keep everything pretty copacetic and be very careful in how he chooses his words at that presser.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. It's such a hard line he's got to walk. Andrew Morris I'll leave with this comment, which is so funny. But Andrew Morris, Jim, says, those who can boxing, those who can't MMA. Ooh, those are fighting words.
Oh,
those are fighting words for Jim, Andrew.
Yeah, you tell that to a Brazilian.
Definitely don't say that in a bar if you're hanging out with an MMA fighter. Definitely not. That's most safely said in a chat where they can't find you. Fantastic stuff. Okay, we're gonna have a lot to go through this week. We didn't even get to G7. We'll talk about that as Trump makes his way there and the dynamics that were happening. We had a question about it in the chat, but we'll get to that in the coming days. But fantastic stuff. Thank you so much, Shai and Craig. We will see you in the chat. Right now, it's time for this morning's Edge Report. So take it away, Jim.
All right, let's start with the Euro Stock 50. This is a Eurex exchange market. This is a stock index futures. There's some names on the right-hand side here that might be familiar to you guys. It's a 50 component stock index futures, but you could see some names like Volkswagen. Oh, well, look at that. Ferrari's there. How about that? L'Oreal, Anheuser-Busch, Deutsche Bank, a whole bunch of names. We'll talk about that more in the next segment, but I just wanted to talk about it right now because these stock index futures are going to roll over also, but I have the June contract up right now. And the Euro Stock 50 is already done 284,000 contracts, right? I know Europe opens a little bit earlier than we do, but it has a good start, a really good volume. And let me just pull over the trading ladder here just to show you guys. I mean, look at the bids and offers. They're hundreds deep. This is an important market, a big market, and it's a tradable market, especially if you're an early bird, or you don't even have to be an early bird. This trade's pretty much around the clock. On the daily candle right now, VWAP is kind of straight across here. I do have the first and second standard deviation band. I had to add the second standard deviation band because we launched up, again, another gap. There's gaps all over the place. We took out that February 26 swing high up there. It's 62.09 on the daily, and look at RSI. RSI is just trying to shoot. It's trying to jump to panel number 1 from panel number 2. It's pretty strong right now in this market. Intraday, oopsie, wrong intraday chart. Intraday, again, here's more of the components here, guys. You could read those as well. Decent volume profile here, kind of skewed toward the bottom here. The point of control is at 62.61. There's that session VWAP. Works in every market. I love looking at this. Right now, it's kind of holding as resistance at the top here. Yeah, we have a couple candles that closed above it, but right now it's kind of a little bit of a pause right now between that VWAP and that point of control, which is nicely situated here as well. On the downside, things break bad. We got that R1. Remember, there's a gap still we got to consider. Let's see if we could even see the gap here. It's a big gap here. There it is. R1 is down here is a target on the downside, 62.21, then previous session's highs, then the gap fill. I'll get you some edge full stats on that later on today. Session highs would be a target to the upside, and then R3, which is a rarity, but again, we're breaking new ground on the upside here as well. So we'll keep an eye on that, and then later on this morning in the edge report, I'll give you an update on the gaps. Let's shoot over to gold, though. Gold's also a very interesting story today. Talk about gaps. Let's get it going. Here's a daily gold chart right now. We're back above the yearly open at 43.40, which is a pretty important milestone right now. Now, again, the day's early. We'll see what happens. We do have a gap on the bottom, which we're going to see. But that 4,100 March 3rd, 2026 low on the futures kind of held pretty good. So we're kind of working our way back up. Now, we're still not even close to, well, I guess we're kind of close to, if you think about it, the lower standard deviation band of my anchored VWAP right here. And I think I've anchored that one all the way back to the beginning of the year. Nope, I anchored it all the way back, beginning of the year, January 2nd. But it's still a little bit distance to get to back into that lower standard deviation range right now. So we'll keep an eye on that. Trend line's still intact right there. Intraday, we probably have some great targets. Let's check it out. There's that big gap. We're going to talk about some of those stats. I'll put them in the chat later as we go. Right now, we're kind of hovering right above that 0 DTE call resistance level at 43.50. Point of control a little bit higher than that. We're right between those two as well. This volume profile is immature. It needs to fill out a little bit because there's a couple of different high volume nodes there to worry about. We have R3 as a target on the upside at 43.89, and then we have call resistance at 4,400. On the downside, that one-day max, I know it's kind of weird saying one-day max on the downside, but that's around 4,300, right by a blind spot as well. We'd have to get through an awful lot of stuff, including VWAP, including that high vol level at 63.20. This is where gamma kind of flips intraday, so keep an eye on that, positive right now. And then below that, should we start breaking bad again, we got all sorts of targets on the downside, including previous session's highs. We have JAX2 down here, and we have the daily pivot a little bit lower here. So a lot of stuff going on there. And then last but not least, let's take a peek at the E-mini S&P really quickly here. We got a double. I'm on September, everybody. Remember, rollover. There's enough volume in September. That's where my focus is right here on the U.S. stock index futures. Double top here. We hit that June open again, so we're unched on June. And then intraday, we got that gap. I have a little bit of a rectangle there as well. Decent point of control actually right now, and that's at 75.91 in the S&P. Not a lot. Again, we're making new highs, right? So what are the targets? There's not a lot of regular targets that we look at. R3 though, again, is at 76, and the all-time highs is a target as well. Should we break bad, we got to take out that VWAP here. We've been trading above VWAP ever since the Asian initial balance right now, and my downside target would be that JAX1. It's 75.50. That is this morning's Edge Report. Back to you, Maggie.
Fantastic stuff. Fantastic stuff. Thanks for that, Jim. And that answered Charles' question about the rollover on the contracts. So thanks for adding that. Jim is staying with us for the guest segment today. Let's see who else is on the lineup for the day. In just a moment, we are going to be talking to Zubin Ramdarshan. Later, Pharm is here for Tape Talk. Jump in the chat. I know some of you had some questions for him about all the headlines and contract stuff we were talking about. So put it in there. He'll get a chance to see it and answer it. Trade the Open is with Lumi, Salma, and Stowe. Midday Markets is with Nick Freitek and Jack, and Trading the Close will be Leo, XY, and Joey. All right, let's bring in our guest now, Zubin Ramdarshan, Global Co-Head of Derivatives, Products, and Markets at Eurex. Zubin, great to have you with us today.
Good morning. How are you?
We're doing well, thanks. Super exciting day. Eurex has a big announcement. A selection of benchmark European derivatives are now available to European traders on the NinjaTrader platform, which is awesome. Many who are listening, I think, are familiar with Eurex, but for those who aren't, can you give us a little background on Eurex first, and then we can walk through some of the products that are going to be available?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Maggie. Eurex is a preeminent European exchange, derivative exchange based in and out of Frankfurt. You'll be very familiar, of course, in your home turf, the CME, the CBOE, ICE. We consider those exchanges our peers on the global stage. So we are a global derivatives exchange out of the US. Our footprint tends to be somewhere in terms of 20 to 25% of our volumes come from US traders, and that can be, discretionary, pension funds, hedge funds, HFT. So we cover the full spectrum of end user on our exchange coming out of the US.
Fantastic stuff. And we definitely have people every day in our chat who are joining us from all over, including today. So give us some details on the products that are going to be available, what's changing, what can they expect as of today?
Absolutely. I think rather than focusing on the partnership itself, I'd frame things slightly differently. So my question posing to the audience today, and I know it's a very sophisticated audience you have at NinjaTrader, is how can traders use liquid futures to extract risk premia in a more systematic and institutional way? And at launch, traders can access some of Eurex's key benchmarks via NinjaTrader. That includes the DAX futures, that includes the Eurostoxx 50 futures that were just mentioned, the nice chart that was pulled up there showing us very close to an all-time high, and the Bund futures. So immediately, traders have access to building blocks across equity indices, fixed income, macro, and also via the VSTOXX, our European equivalent of the VIX volatility exposure. And I think that's already enough to start thinking in a much more multi-asset, cross-market framework.
Yeah, Zubin, great to see you here this morning. I've been a super fan of the Eurex products for a long period of time. I've been in this business forever. And I kind of want to, if you could walk us through the different flavors, because, we have some great markets that are very liquid that totally relate and have counterparts here in the U.S. And let's start with the DAX, because the DAX is a German stock index future, right? Tell us a little bit about that and the different flavors, different contract sizes.
Yep, Jim, you're quite right. So with the DAX, the way I'd position is don't necessarily only think of it as German equity. So think of it as exposure to global trade, manufacturing, also currency sensitivity. When you look under the hood of that index, it's heavily weighted towards some large exporters like Siemens, Most people have a Siemens white goods in their kitchen or their, somewhere in their household. SAP, of course, a software provider, Allianz, insurer, and you mentioned, the automakers, right? The German auto sector, and that naturally creates a link between equity performance and the euro dollar FX rate. So, very simply, when euro strengthens sharply, export competitiveness weakens, so the DAX tends to underperform. And I think more recently, what we've seen is new high performers like Rheinmetall, driven by the increased defense spend. Look, this is the story of the long-running Russia-Ukraine conflict in Europe, and of course now, I guess for humanity, some good news on the horizon with the peace plan for Iran. But generally, there's been an immense amount of focus on defense. So Rheinmetall has benefited from that and helped drive some of the DAX performance year to date.
Airbus is in this stock index, right?
Airbus is a French name, so that's actually in the Eurostoxx 50.
Okay.
So Eurostoxx 50, we have large cap core. So we have names like ASML, which is our big AI play in Europe. We have Louis Vuitton, LVMH, the luxury goods manufacturer, and also then Total Energy, the oil and gas major. And again, these are all global businesses with revenue in US dollars and other currencies. So this US dollar FX rate remains a key macro driver, and it's effectively embedded into the index.
Yeah, and then now that we've leaped over to the Eurostoxx 50, there's two different kind of great markets, right? There's the classic size, and then you launched micros as well, correct?
Correct. So we have micros on the Eurostoxx, the DAX, which trade. The DAX is the one with the higher ADV because it is a sort of domestic German benchmark that has high visibility. They all have those micros have a multiplier of €1. So from a retail perspective, when factoring in the margin, it really sort of democratizes access to European benchmarks.
I got it. So how would the DAX be more like the S&P maybe, or is that a good analogy?
So the S&P 500 names, we have a third benchmark, which I would say is more like the S&P. I mean, I have to say nothing's like the S&P. I mean, the S&P is probably the greatest QIS, the greatest quantitative strategy, simple market cap weighted, as you see now, huge tech influence, huge AI driver with performance. But we have an index, the Stocks Europe 600. So as the name says, 600 components. And this is a broader European index. So you add to the Eurozone, you add the UK mega caps like Shell, HSBC, you add the Swiss leaders, Nestle, Roche, Novartis, and importantly, and not to forget, you add the Nordic region to that index. So Novo Nordisk, everyone knows the maker of Ozempic, and of course, some of the companies in the supply chain of ASML as well. So with that index, you're looking at a much broader pan-European macro plus sector mix. It's not just Eurozone exposure.
Yeah, that makes sense. By the way, there is a micro, everybody, for the DAX. So there's three different sizes on the DAX as opposed to Eurostoxx 50. So depending on your risk capital, you have the opportunity to trade any of that stuff on a very, very liquid basis. You mentioned simple market cap weighting. How are these indexes weighted?
Yeah, correct. Market cap weighting. Those indices are managed by Stocks, which is a group company under the Deutsche Börse umbrella, like Eurex is. So we're very close to our colleagues at Stocks. They have a very transparent rule book. It's available. I would say index methodology very easy to understand in terms of entry, exit, quick entry, quick exit. But yeah, it's a market cap weighted index. So if you imagine. Has an embedded momentum factor in there, right, with the market cap weighting methodology.
Got it. Let's kind of move over to fixed income. The Boon, the Bund, the Shots. Let's talk about those markets because those are also pretty liquid and very available through traders everywhere.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'd like the Bund future is our long-standing European benchmark, and I think the way I'd like to present it to your audience today, again, reflecting on the sophistication of your traders, the Bund futures are often treated as a rates view. I mean, my personal, and this is my own view here, my perspective is, I would position it rather as a volatility view as well, not only direction. And what I mean is, I've seen some of the features you have on NinjaTrader, and they're definitely rich, and I would say institutional grade. I think you have this kind of step back replay of the market. I think if your traders are keen on research, I think looking at volatility around ECB events, mean reversion after macro shocks, and of course the relationship with US Treasuries, I think there's definitely some research to be and time spent looking at cross-asset lead-lag relationships. As US Treasuries move, bunds react, and then we just spoke about them. The equities tend to follow, and these relationships play out over minutes to hours. So still very tradable for your audience without the HFT architecture.
Yeah, and so the Bund is equivalent to the 10-year Treasury note, I think, here in the U.S., which makes it, for traders, every time Christy Lagarde is on TV, everybody wants to know what she's going to say, right? And that's going to be one of the drivers, among other stuff, with respect to that. So it's a Eurozone interest rate market, right?
That is correct. Yes, on the German government bond benchmarks, which is one of the largest, deepest markets in Europe. So it's that product goes from success to success. I think it's having a blowout year this year again in terms of volume and ADV, and drawing in more and more participants. Yeah. I expect that to continue.
Yeah, for sure. And then going down the line, the BOBL, BOBL, that's equivalent to the 5-year note here in the U.S., right?
That is correct. Yes. Yeah, we have the rates yield curve covered with 3 contracts. So the BOBL, exactly right. And then we have a shorter date, the Schatz. So with those 3 Bund, BOBL, Schatz, you have the yield curve of German government bonds fully covered. And again, you really open some institutional opportunities. When you talk about institutions, I often listen to Jeffrey Gundlach. He'll look at 2s, 10s, all these kind of barbell plays, butterfly plays. These are strategies available now in Europe to your audience, to your traders.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah. So, and again, just the Schatz is like the 2-year. So we have the 10, we have the 5, we have the 2. So that's the yield curve you're talking about. And it's, very tradable. NinjaTrader now available to everybody in Europe, which is awesome, through NinjaTrader. What other kind of markets should we be thinking about on the future side?
So we have also, you mentioned, to round off the yield curve there, there's the Buxel, which is the very long dated end of the curve. So you get beyond the 10-year there. I think, I guess my message today I'd like to convey is, I think what's really interesting about platforms like NinjaTrader, having navigated and looked at the tools, you have really opened the door to, I think, sort of systematically researching. I think you have great back testing functionality, optimization. I think the walk forward out of sample testing, critical. I believe you've even got Monte Carlo simulation. So, instead of just, I appreciate here for the audience, the charting, which is fantastic, great for, I think entry, exit points. From what I understand, your platform really enables your audience to research and validate ideas. And really, I think you move closer to how professional, systematic portfolio managers operate.
Well, thank you. It's very kind of you. I'm a super fan of NinjaTrader's for all the platforms, whether it's the desktop, the web-based, or the mobile. Maggie, sorry, I'm a contract geek here getting into this. I didn't want to take the whole time.
I love it, and I think this is exactly what everyone listening wants to know is what do they get out of it, and what does this mean for them? And Zubin, just to sort of wrap it up, as I'm listening to both of you, I can see people, creating really rich, robust dashboard for themselves. And so, what are you hoping traders get out of this? And I guess, what is Eurex's growth strategy? Like, why are you doing this? Where do you see the market and the opportunities moving forward? Because I like when, and I think a lot of the people listening, this idea of being able to sort of give self-directed traders the tools that will enable them to compete better with institutions. Is that where you see the sort of best opportunity moving forward? Is that why you're doing this?
Yeah, absolutely. So from my perspective, I think Eurex historically, I mentioned some of the peer venues in the US where they've been very, very successful with the education. I think education's critical. I can state very clearly, as an exchange, when our customers make money, that is good for business, right? So we want to make sure our customers stay educated on the new products. And I think in terms of, what's the first step is we mentioned these very liquid benchmarks that are brought to NinjaTrader. I think in the next phase, we'd look at a broader product expansion, so including global indices like our MSCI futures, which are really I would say, the investment benchmark for equity portfolio managers. I think wider distribution, I believe, at a second step, integration into Kraken's ecosystem and a global rollout beyond Europe. I think the value is, as I said, creating a much more integrated multi-asset trading environment. And I think, futures, I'd like to say, aren't just trading instruments. I really see them as tools for expressing macro views and harvesting risk premium.
Yeah, and certainly we're in an environment now where that's what we're talking about every day in the headlines, trying to navigate that and lift everybody up. So fantastic stuff. Congratulations on the launch, and thanks so much for coming by and breaking it down for us. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Zubin.
Jim, great stuff. I mean, more products, all good, right? I mean, we want to give everybody the sort of best chance to be able to compete on a level playing field. What are your final thoughts for the day here? And plus on markets, like what are you watching as we hand off?
Yeah, I mean, back to Eurex, I mean, these have been on my dashboard for 20 years. I mean, these are great markets. They're liquid, and they track the Eurozone, they track Germany, they track all these markets that if you're an early bird, especially if you're an early riser, there's a European bell that rings early in the morning. And there's a lot of great opportunities, especially for day traders there as well. So this isn't new to me, but it might be new to a lot of folks. I have it on my screen. We're going to start talking about them more and more. Last note that I just want to remind everybody, remember, rollover today. Be careful. I'm in SEP for the stock index futures from this point forward.
Awesome. And Jim's going to be in the chat along with Craig and Shai. So if you have any questions about that, because we've been getting them throughout the morning, be sure to hit Jim. Thanks, Jim. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Maggie.
Tomorrow. All right, let's bring in Pharm for Tape Talk. Good morning, Pharm. How are you?
Good morning. I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Good. Listen, fantastic weekend. We got a lot of enthusiasm today. What are you watching? How are you feeling about all this? Somebody really wanted to know right from the start. We've got a peace deal. Is it a deal or is it a deal to talk about a deal? Is this sort of momentum going to stay? What does Pharm say? That's what we got to ask. So tell us.
Yeah, I mean, I just hope we can stop talking about it, like possibly forever. Because, I mean, it's getting pretty obnoxious. But I made the joke last night about how, how do you not win a Nobel Peace Prize for making peace like 69 times in a month? Like, it's incredible. Who's ever done that before? Incredible how many times we've had peace. We'll see. I mean, it seems like the market, at least for now, is ready to buy into it. And truly, I just hope it's done because it was getting very, very old. So, we'll see. We do have contract roll, as Jim mentioned. So we have a gap up in price due to the news over the weekend, and then we have a contract gap, obviously, to deal with. So it can make things a little bit disconcerting. And plus, it seemed like traders were a little bit behind on roll. Usually there was a decent start into like the Friday ahead. I think there's a lot to do, and it's a shortened week, and you've got FOMC on Wednesday. So, things can be a little bit weird at times, but I don't completely shy away from trading the week of roll. But if I were going to, this would probably be one of the weeks where I would kind of lock it down and keep it tight. But I've got the NQ pulled up here just to reiterate from last night for those that weren't on last night. There's kind of a lot going on last night, so I'll allow it. I'll just carry this forward. Last week's range on NQ in particular, I tend to think it's the most important range probably for the rest of the year. You can see this primary distribution. This is a leg up profile from year-to-date low. So you can see that's where the volume point of control is, at least, again, for this leg up. Very important range, basically held the bottom of it. We have been talking about this 28,500, 28,600 range at the end of last week, being very reactive. Sellers kind of petered out and buyers were very, very active. They finally got that lift on Thursday, and now we've gapped out of there, which is exactly what bulls want to see. I mean, yes, part of this is due to contract roll, but part of it is not. So last week's high and last week's low, I would just keep marked on your chart, honestly, for the rest of the year. I don't think you want to come back into this range again for any reason. I mean, come back and check it once. I think that's completely fine, reasonably constructive. Bulls so far are doing exactly what they should have done, which is gapping right out of here. And we should make new highs now and not re-enter this range, I believe. So trouble potentially brewing if later on this year we re-enter that range. So I would just go ahead and mark that out. So yeah, I've got you up. I've got September. It seems like most people are going to be on September for today. And I've got the U specific contract up there instead of the continuous where I normally do, just so we can eliminate the noise from actual roll, like what's the gap in price and what's the gap due to roll. Because to me, last week's high is going to be the most important level, really on both ES and NQ, along with Friday's high. So we're well above that for now. Things are a little bit extended overnight. Probably some profit taking coming in here. We haven't really had much of an inventory correction pullback. If we do get one, I think that can be reasonably welcomed. Again, it's really as simple to me as last week's high, Friday's high, on both NQ and ES. And as long as we're above there, it is reasonably constructive. This 75, kind of 73 to 75, 77 is pretty important. That would be kind of your spot that's ideal to hold on any kind of pullback inventory correction, either into the open or at the open. And if that holds, I'd be looking to get long. So it's above last week's high, above Friday's high. That would be my bias. The only thing that's really it's honestly gonna be kind of tough for me to want to be short today. Because like by the time, like even if you knife back down into Friday's range, things would be pretty extended if we got there, right? So I'm more looking for a long on an inventory correction, just a pullback. But these days can be tricky. It will trade as a true gap, right? So we all know how the rules for that, which I'll come back to. We'll just drill in on the 5 on ES, and I'll flip to NQ as well. So you can see again the 73 to 77 spot. That would represent a little bit of a breakdown of this current range that we're trading in. But this reads to me like it's begging for an inventory correction, which could see a minor liquidation break of just like kind of some of these later longs. And those are usually bought. So I wouldn't necessarily get too bearish on some kind of a liquidation break into the open. Again, I would be looking to buy that. Same deal on NQ. I'd say this 448 to 469 is probably going to be the big spot to hold, or the ideal spot to hold. But again, last week's high was in this 100 to 151 range on the U contract, which on the M contract was a bearish RTH gap. So very, very key area on both contracts, which suggests to me that'll probably carry forward as a key area for the rest of the year. So last week's high, 30,100 to 151. Friday's high, same kind of a deal. We are sort of coming in the back test of a bit of the breakdown area. So it's not, I mean, to me, probably should make a new all-time high from here, at least on a non-back adjusted basis. Until or unless we're offering last week's high and getting back into that range. But this is the spot that we're kind of coming into now, where if we are going to find some sellers, it's probably going to be in this range. So rules for trading through gaps, of course, we've been over this a number of times. I'm watching, the 30-second range that PAX uses, I think is fantastic for that as well. It's a little bit quicker. Which usually I'm all about that, getting things done quickly. But I like, especially on a big gap like this, a contract roll, I like to give it a little bit more time to play out. So for me, I like the range of the first 5 minutes, right? The Pharm zone. If all the action is above the open and above the high of the first 5 minutes, then I'm just staying long bias, which I kind of am anyways. And if all the action is below the open and the low of the first 5 minutes, then it starts to look to me like an inventory correction pullback is coming. In this case, with a large gap, does that mean we come all the way back to last week's high or Friday's high? Maybe, maybe not. But I'm at least looking for that pullback. And you don't have to short it. In that case, it's just, be a little bit more patient, looking to get long. But it seems to me that even if sellers come in and we get some kind of liquidation break of late longs, at some point sellers probably gas out. And as long as last week's high is not flipping back to resistance, Friday's high flipping back to resistance, this is ultimately constructive and for a long. So that's what I'm looking at on ES and NQ. And I'll spit some GC real quick and we'll look for some questions if anybody has any. Because today's really pretty straightforward, just all about last week's high, I think. GC looks quite good. A little bit annoyed by this gap because somebody asked me to look at it. One of my members asked me to look at it on Friday, and I was looking down at that low like, wow, that looks pretty good. So this was a very good structured location on this low on gold. And as long as this piece is real and is lasting, then you would think that metals can find their feet again. I do think there's some other things going on with metals, and they haven't really acted right. So I'm not quite ready to trust them. But if we can get basically again through last week's high on gold, it's going to look pretty strong. I'm still open to buying dips, especially if we get some kind of a gap fill reversal off this, kind of roughly 4250s area. I would say I might look to get long. That would be a reasonably constructive dip for me. But definitely liking the metals for this week, as long as again this this whole thing doesn't get unwound. And then equities, with contract roll, there will be some decent trades, but it'll be a little bit choppy and sloppy at times for sure.
Yeah. Speaking of the contract roll, Streamside says in his thought is that about 60 points in ES is attributable to the roll. Do you try to game out like that kind of number Pharm, and does that indicate anything to you, or are you kind of just watching what happens and
So mostly I just take it for what it is, right? And it was about 62, 63 as of Friday. In terms of reading into it, like you can actually, because which I really shouldn't be the guy talking about this, but there are implications that it implies what funding rates are doing. If that spread is a little higher than it maybe should be at any given time during the cycle. Again, not the guy to be explaining that. So it can be a sign of funding stress if it is higher than it should be, right? And what it should be is readily calculated based on, interest rates and so forth, things like that, how many days to expiry, whatever. I don't usually get into the weeds, anything like that. I will say that looking at NQ was really interesting because NQ was sitting at about, I want to say 265 to 270 when I first looked at it last week earlier on. And it actually crept higher, which is pretty unusual the last couple of days towards roll. And I think it's sitting around 300 right now. So that's a little bit funky. What does it mean? Who knows? Who cares? Again, I'm just going to price monkey my thing. But you can read into that. I would encourage not reading into it too much. So I generally will just look and see where Friday settles on both contracts, take the difference, and that's what I'm monitoring. But the levels are the levels. The big levels are going to matter. We talked about that 100 to 150 spot on NQ, huge spot on the U contract, huge spot on the M contract. It didn't matter. And that's how it usually will be with some of the most important levels. And then some of the minor levels, like, maybe you'll have to fudge them a little bit, but this is the week to like really get to know the contract. I feel like each contract kind of has its own personality. So I like to take it out for a few dates before I really give it the calves. So we'll see, give it a couple of days, see how it settles. Let everybody, Deli likes to say, like, you have traders doing what they have to do this week, not necessarily what they want to do. So you want to be careful, and I think that's spot on. You just want to be careful reading into too many things because it's a function of what they have to do. I actually do like taking advantage of people when they have to do something. But that's a different situation, right? Where like somebody has to sell because they're liquidating their position. Like I want to take advantage of that guy, right? Or somebody that has to buy because they're liquidating their short position. I like to take advantage of that. This is a different situation. They're just like performing a function effectively. So I'm a little bit careful to read too much into any of the action here. And again, shortened week with FOMC, I think there's probably going to be a bit of a scramble this week. And they were way behind, especially on NQ, kind of way behind getting roll done. Usually would have started a little bit sooner on Friday. So we'll see if volumes end up being the same today or even higher for September. But it's been could be a little bit of an awkward roll, I think, this time.
Yeah. No, it's a good point. And not only do we have the Fed shortened week, Craig pointed out, it's also Canyon of Heroes parade on Thursday in New York. So lots of things to distract and impact volume levels. Right when we started this morning, one of the people in the chat, I think it was George, said buy the rumors, sell the news, question mark. Not today, but maybe soon.
Maybe.
Yeah. And so, I guess, does that affect how, what kind of positions you're putting? I know you mentioned you don't really want to go short, but how are you going to play that potential risk for the market to behave like that, especially as the week goes on?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's definitely a risk. We also had some news coming out about Anthropic over the weekend. It's like we forgot about all of that. I do think some rotation could be in order. I think it makes sense that the initial move on the news is like, let's max bid tech again, because why wouldn't you? But I would start to look for some rotation to settle in. And again, maybe it's after contract roll. Maybe this whole week we just get it out of the way, and then we see what's up next week. I think that makes sense. And then in terms of like, am I looking to get short? Am I not looking to get short? For me, I still need to see I need to see buyers that are trapped. I want to trade against those who are offsides. And right now, as of now, it's kind of the opposite, right? So any seller from last week is trapped short or offsides if they haven't covered already. And we're coming back through a range where that can just only increase from a couple of weeks ago if they're trapped short. Now they're looking at their stops saying, oh, this is coming awfully close. So to me, I'm always trading against who is at whichever side is at a disadvantage. And right now we just don't have longs at a disadvantage just yet here. So I'll wait until that changes personally, regardless of what I think might happen or could happen. But it would make sense to me for this to be a sell the news event. It doesn't necessarily mean it happens, but that could just be a rotational sell, right? So maybe we broaden out to some of the down names. The Russell's been amazing, very strong. So could just be a rotational kind of thing, right?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. All right, fantastic stuff, Pharm. Thanks for kicking the week off with us. Appreciate it. We'll see you later.
Take care. Have a good day.
And he's right. It may be later, but not today, because it seems like even in our poll, 71% of you are bullish. It hasn't been that sort of lopsided in favor of one in a while. So very much mirroring what we're seeing. Stock futures up, oil lower as we head into the open here. All right, let's get to it, because we are going to trade the open with Lumi, Salma, and Stowe. Hello, hello.
Good morning.
Good
Happy
morning.
Monday, y'all.
Hello.
Morning, Maggie.
Hello.
How's everybody feeling? Salma, what's going on?
What's up? How are you, Maggie? Long time no speak.
I know. I'm doing well. I'm starting to finally feel like it's summer. I don't know. I'm getting the summer vibe.
Really? Because last night was all thunderstorms and, raining all night.
Yeah, not where I was, baby. Well, we got a little bit, but we squeaked out a pretty awesome summer day. But yeah, listen, and it's off to the races Monday, Stowe. Everybody's bullish.
Indeed. Yeah, he told me that's 72% in the chat. That makes me a little nervous, but yes, this has been a true big gap, and looks like London is almost entirely long as well. So yeah, we'll see. Let's see if they can hold it, or if they want to go talk to all that space down there. But
Yeah.
Lumi, I don't
you're
know.
shaking your head as well.
Yeah, I'm bullish today as well. I would like to see some retracement to downside on the around 75-60 area, and I will look for longs today. So yeah.
All right, it's going to be fun. It's an action-packed week, so I'm going to let you guys get to it. But enjoy. Have a profitable one, everybody.
All right, thanks, Maggie.
Thanks, Maggie. Good morning.
Good morning, ladies. What's up?
Good morning. How was your weekend?
Pretty good. Pretty
Yeah.
good.
Pretty good here as well.
Yeah. How about you guys? You do anything cool?
Yeah, we went to the beach yesterday. It was so hot, but it was amazing.
Oh, that's awesome.
We used to live like 2 hours away from Boca, West Palm Beach, and it didn't feel like that hot, like here for some reason. And it's like 2 hours away. Same Florida. But like, what is going on?
Didn't Florida just have didn't I just see some crazy heat index thing that it was going to be like 120 degrees or something crazy? Maybe I'm making that up.
Sure about this.
Okay.
Let me convert
He's
to
probably
weather.
making it up.
I could be. I don't know.
Yesterday it was 37 okay, it was 99 degrees.
Oof, that's too hot for me.
Well,
It was 65 here this morning. It was perfect. That's,
60
if I could,
yeah.
if I could find a place in this world that's 65 to 70 degrees every day, how sick, that would be so sick.
I believe it can be Portugal, probably.
Are you serious? This place exists?
Yes.
Oh my God, I thought it was just a fantasy. All right, I'm gonna write Portugal down. Okay, we figured out what I'm trading for, guys. It's
By the way,
Portugal.
lots of American moving there.
Really? What's how much loot do I need? Does my money translate well, or do I need more loot? How
Well,
expensive
it's
is
way
Portugal?
more expensive right now because America moves
shit.
there.
All
But
right.
it used to be great. It used to be great.
So I'm getting in after it was cool. Classic. That makes sense. Selma, you got those storms too, huh?
Yeah, it was nice.
Yeah.
Right when I got into bed, it started to rain. It's the best sound to go to sleep to. Just crack a window.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Good morning, chat. What's up?
Chad, how are you? How was your weekend?
Move to Hawaii? I don't think I can do that. I probably have to quit trading. I think.
Why? I mean,
think
I
it-
know the time difference is
Well,
pretty
I'd be
crazy.
working like a third shift, right?
Yeah, I guess. But like we trade futures. You could trade other sessions. No trade.
Now I'm
New
a
York.
pajama trader,
Mhm.
but in the day, it seems like a nightmare.
I would do it.
Did you guys all roll? Are we all on September stuff right now?
I rolled, yeah.
Cool.
Same.
Chat, any questions about what a contract is, how to roll it? I know that always comes up whenever we get to this moment in time. Yeah, we all rolled, Dom.
North Carolina won Stanley Cup. Did you see this yesterday?
No. That's cool. That's crazy.
Yeah. It took them 20 years to get this.
Wow.
Yeah. But happy for them. Happy.
That's a big gap. We opened it up last night and I was like, there's no
That's
way
annoying
they
because
just,
we were waiting for this move up like on Friday.
yeah. Well, this is a common thing.
Yeah, I know.
And where they gapped over all this stuff that was going to be the resistance. And that's the way to take it out. Gap over previous week high like that. Oh man. So nasty.
It's almost annoying because then like how do you trade this, right? You got to sit there and wait for something. We've gapped up so much already. Like,
yeah, that's what makes me feel like it's going to work because it's so annoying that enough people couldn't get into it. That's what gives me confidence that this will just keep running from here. Because it is like, it's the max amount of effery. I think it's too early to say the F word into the microphone.
effery.
Effery?
Coin that term.
Trump posting right now about ships leaving. Tracy, is the strait open? Question mark. Is today the first day you can finally say the strait's open, or are we not? Are we not there yet?
I don't think.
Because I'm not saying it's open till Tracy says it's open. Tracy's my no. Okay, fair enough. Well, here we are. Strait's still closed.
So I'm not sure if I want to long right at the open. I wouldn't mind to get some retracement. So far my support's hitting near 75-60 area. So I will start looking for longs from that level. In case we're going to break, I'm going to look for 25% test of our current gap at 75.32. I will try to long. I do like the test of 7600, probably 76.26. Would like to see some to downside, to long, or if it's going to be straight up at the open, we'll short to my key levels. So totally depends how we're going to open.
Yeah, I like
On
it.
NQ, on NQ, I don't really have plan on NQ, I guess. My key level to upside 30,784. So in case I'm going to be in long, I will aim for this level. But question is, are we going to display straight up to my key level 30,784, or are we going to trace back to 300 first so I can try to long there? Depends.
Yeah, I was watching this. I was watching this last night, and
Did you trade it?
I did actually.
Yeah, me too.
I just went. There was a ton of buying. Now I've rolled now, so this is kind of odd to explain, but there was a ton of buying on the old contract right here. So I was still on June last night for ES. And then I also had MES on for the September contract, which I know might sound insane, but it's the same theory. But ton of buying here that was getting no ton of active buying into passive selling right here, no active selling, and we haven't even pulled back to touch it. So I would like to also see 75, but I also like Dash's idea down here. I would say like 67.50. I would like to see this get talked to again. I don't know, man.
I will see. So I don't really like to predict market on Monday because you never know.
Yeah.
I prefer to react.
Yeah. I mean, when we've gapped up, 2-3%, whatever it is, it's just makes it that much more difficult to kind of have a plan. Your plan got invalidated before the market even opened up, right? So, yeah, just kind of take it as it comes, really.
I do have upside targets, I guess. 76.30. That's the problem with being all the way up here, is they didn't give me a shot to get into a retest at 75.20. This is what I would have liked to see. This is like my key. This is home run pullback area. 75.33, 75.25. Just this all these little highs that we gapped over. That's a good pullback area to get to 76.30, which is the other side of monthly value for me on ES. And then NQ and ES both looking about the same. I'd like to come back to 30K and say hi and say, hey guys, does anybody remember when we used to trade down here? And then see, we're almost to my upside target here at 3,700. So it's tough for me to get long up here. No, it's not tough, but it's tough for me to get long with that little meat on the bone on the higher time frame, and to have gapped so hard and extended so hard over the weekly. Yeah. They haven't given me that's been I haven't been trading super great the last couple weeks because all my time frame stuff has always been discombobulated every time I look at it. Somebody is out of sync. And so I haven't had anything to like really lean into in a while. So I've kind of been sidelined a little bit.
Also, I keeping my eyes on SPX chart. Seems like right now we trade on 75.25. So it's going to be 90 points gap once it's going to open. So technically it will leave room to go higher to unfilled RTH gap from last week. So we're gonna open at 75.30 area. Huge resistance sitting at 75.50 on SPX. So we still can pump higher. So I do like this idea, retracement down to long to 25% of old RTH gap, or my key level on ES, as I mentioned before, at 76.26. So sounds like a great plan, but would like to see retracement first.
Only one ship went through today, Tracy? Okay. Okay. What about all that secret oil we've been sliding out of there in the middle of the night? How many of those went through? Hey, Nick. Morning, brother. Hey, man, dude.
Someone
Oh
said
my God.
what Trump said.
Did we? It's almost open. I don't have time to tell you this story, but I want to.
We have 15 minutes. What are you talking about?
Oh, you're
We got
right.
all the time in the world.
All right. So last night, doing solo dad night, mom was out of town for business. I have to do the Sunday show. And so in a perfect world, I had this idea. I'm going to take my kid to the trampoline park. She's going to get super tired. And then she's going to fall asleep nice and early so I can do the 9 p.m. Sunday night show. Huge mistake thinking that anything I planned was going to work. So she instead has all the energy in the world. And instead of wanting to just hang out and chill and watch TV, she wants to get into supercraft mode and make Rusty a new cat house. So I have to leave her in the other room with scissors, glue, markers. I'm terrified that I have no idea what she's going to do. She comes in the middle of the stream and she's like, Dad, can I use this paint that I found? It's going to be perfect. I need this paint. I'm like, yeah, all right, whatever. Go ahead. So I'm like, why not? Let's get the paint in the mix.
Oh, God.
Not 5 minutes go by. She comes in and she goes, Dad, Rusty stepped in the paint and now there's paw prints on the carpet everywhere. It was great. So there's little pink cat paw prints all over the carpet. I might leave it. It's kind of nice.
Yeah.
I can't believe I even trusted her for 10 seconds.
I joined that stream when you were saying, if I don't go out there, it doesn't exist.
No, yeah, that's exactly right. Like, I'll just stay. If I just stay in the office and never know how much paint's on the carpet, it's not that bad. It's fine. It was funny.
The lion does not concern himself with the paint on the carpet.
Correct. Yes.
Oh, no.
What's a cat house?
What's a cat house?
That's like a thing?
I don't know. No. I mean, maybe. It is in my daughter's mind.
Wait, is it like...
It's a cardboard box.
Oh, okay. Google,
but I mean, cats have like compartments and weird things you can buy for them. Like,
yeah, I see that. The scratchy thingies.
Yeah. So Rusty has like a proper cat house. It's got a scratchy side. It's got like dangly balls. You can sneak in there. So he's got that going for him.
Meow.
Yeah, like a dog. Like a dog house for a cat. Exactly. It's a structure. It's a cat structure.
I can just imagine Rusty walking into that paint. It's so orange cat behavior.
Dude, that cat does not have a single brain cell in his head. I mean, no offense, wherever you're at.
He's probably listening. Don't say that.
He'll do just the most ridiculous things. He found an ant by the patio door. And then after the man stared at it for 3 hours. And now he just looks at the patio door. There's not an ant anymore. But now he's just over there waiting for another ant to show up all day.
Stop. That's so sweet.
Well, I think that like he must see himself as like the protector from ants, maybe. That's kind of how I put it together in my mind, that Rusty's like, all right, one ant got in here, never again. I don't know what could possibly be going through his very small brain.
It's interesting.
There we go. Got my poll stack right. Cool.
Barb's, I think last week, Stowe was having some kind of trouble from the storm. And I lost electricity as well for like 2-3 hours.
Oh, yeah. I saw it happen when it happened. My electricity was cool, but I watched a telephone pole thingy get hit by lightning. It was crazy. And then the internet was immediately gone. So whatever it hit was attached to the internet, and it took a while to come back. That was Thursday.
Probably hit the transformer. See, I know some stuff.
You know some stuff
Some stuff. Just a
about
little bit.
like being a lineman? That's what I think. That's what it's called.
Yeah, that I don't know. I just know that the thingy that could get hit and take out all your power is called a transformer.
Someone said he lost electricity in Florida. We're in Florida because yesterday it was super, like it was amazing weather yesterday here in Florida, South Florida.
The thingy.
See?
Yeah.
Yeah, Rogue Shot snows.
The thingy. I got it. I knew what she was talking about. Dasha, 99 is too hot. I can't, dude.
Damn,
No.
it's too hot. Yes, agree with you.
I would die. I can't. I mean, I can't hold a tan to begin with. I can't exist in a 99-degree.
No one can.
Oh, we hit 99. Still, we hit 99.
Yeah, man. And then like I'm inside wondering how long it's gonna be until I pass away. That's what happens when it's 99 up here.
No, it's good. And then like Florida, it's humid and ruins your hair and stuff. It's not nice.
Mm-hmm.
You are still talking about that Florida
Yeah,
hair
yeah.
problem.
Oh yeah.
So right now it's hot, but it's 9:20 a.m. It's right now 86.
I remember stepping outside and thinking to myself, I should probably go right back in.
I just embrace it. You just let your hair get big and weird. Who cares? It's fine.
No.
All right.
Not when you just spent an hour doing it, Stowe.
I do spend a little less time than that on mine, believe it or not. Most of the time, I use
Throw on
a
a hat.
hat as a comb. It's very good. You just throw the hat on, give it like 20 minutes, take the hat off. You're like, hey, this is great.
I should probably go throw a hat on. That's what I should go do.
Only 88. Only. But it's not even August. Yesterday it was horrible. Cannot imagine what will be in August.
Yeah, Tracy, I wouldn't be able to deal with that. That Miami trip, though, it's solidified the fact that I could never live in Florida. There's just no way. Alligators and frizzy hair.
Oh, it's
yeah,
fine.
no
It's
thanks.
fine. It's fine. I mean, like 10 years ago, when I like first time visited Florida, it was like, oh damn, I cannot breathe. But right now it's okay. I guess you're like getting used to this weather.
Wait, Nick just said it wasn't hot when we went to Miami. I kid you not. I think Merritt must have caught me. I was wearing an open button-down shirt, had a tank top underneath. I must have been holding that shirt open, letting the
Hey,
wind hit
yo.
me. What, dude? It was so hot. It was, and
I don't know.
I must
I
have
was just trying to use
complained.
hey-o correctly. I haven't. You normally hit me with that. I've never been able to do it right.
It's not heyo, it's ayo.
Oh, yeah. All right. Yeah, all right.
Yeah,
Fair
you
enough.
didn't even use it right.
Umped myself again on that. Okay, I'll get it. I'll get the next one.
It's all good. Guys, Tanya is out of the country. She's
Yeah, she took some off from trading, spending time with her family.
Yeah, she should be here though, I think next week or the week after. I'm not sure, but
You know, it's always where's Tanya? It's never, oh, it's good to see Stowe. I get it. I get it. I get it.
yeah, guys, what do we chop liver? Don't answer that.
I don't have a money gun. I don't have other stuff that Tanya has. It's cool. I get
We
it.
don't have orange glasses.
That's true. We don't have those orange glasses. But I did hear her talking about why they were special or something, and I got intrigued about that. I don't know if they make prescription ones though. Well, like what would I do? You know?
Yeah, I don't know.
T-Trades got her on that. So I was going to talk to T-Trades about that. and see what the deal with these glasses are.
How does it work with prop when you don't trade every week and activity? I think every prop has their own separate rules, but I'm sure if you just logged in, took a trade with like 1 micro, waited a minute, and then exited, that still counts as you being active and trading.
Yeah.
Plus, I'm sure she's still trading. She's just, different time zone and she's with family and stuff. So
You can also, most props, you can send them an email and be like,
oh,
hey,
that too.
Yeah, I've done that for sure.
I feel like inactivity rules should be one of the easiest things to adhere by. It shouldn't be too difficult.
Lucid has 30 days, if I'm not mistaken. Tradify 10 days.
How many days, Lucid?
30 days.
30,
If I'm not mistaken.
okay.
Epix, 30 days as well. E8 future 7 days. Take Profit Trader funded account 7 days as well. And I don't remember about my funded futures.
MFF is 7, I think.
7? Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, I remember I was sick like last month and I lost some E8 futures accounts because of an activity rule. I didn't even realize I didn't trade for 7 days. But they close them. It's fine.
Are you feeling better, by the way? We just talked about
way
this on
better.
Friday? All right, cool.
Yeah, way better.
Good.
Thank you for asking.
You guys might not know this, but you're all my people. So when you tell me that you don't feel very good, I remember it and I worry about it until you feel good again. So good. It makes me happy.
That's so nice. Yeah, you have to place at least 1 trade within 30 days.
Yeah, and like I said, guys, you can do 1 micro, enter, exit, and that should count.
Lumi has kids. Equals always sick. Daniel, no, it wasn't about like I'm sick. I had some chest pain for some time. Right now I feel good. Then yeah, I was sick because of my kids, but I feel already way better. So I don't feel like I'm sick, but I sometimes have chest pain. Once again, I believe it's because of like stress in my life.
Yeah, for sure. Also, that kid thing, that was true for like preschool age, but that doesn't happen anymore to me. Like I'm over my kid is sick, bringing germs home from school. That hasn't hit me in a couple years.
You're about to jinx yourself.
No, I mean, don't worry. I got allergies. I got a lot of other stuff going on. So I'll get sick different ways. But yeah, I don't know. She also never gets sick, really. And yeah, I'm very grateful for that. Like her whole thing we'll get messages from the school like, oh, it's hyper flu. Everybody be careful. Everybody's going to be puking. And she just could care less. It doesn't get sick. It's great. My goodness. The market is pissed. NQ is so mad right now.
Guys, remember, it's also a short week in the market. Friday is closed. We have a 3-day weekend.
Oh, yeah.
So
I forgot about that.
Can expect some type of maybe, I don't know, because obviously we have FOMC on Wednesday and we do have all these like war news headlines and stuff and it's contract rollover. But, volume can dry up closer to end of the week. Play defense, size small, keep your head on a swivel, all those things.
Capiche?
Capiche.
Friday is bank holiday, if it's taking Juneteenth, or how to call this?
Yeah.
Holiday.
Juneteenth, yeah. No, we're not closed Thursday, Josh. We're closed Friday.
So daycare is going to be open. So I'm looking forward to Friday.
Nice, nice.
To do nothing. Just enjoy my life.
That's funny.
Interesting little ice right here. Coming in on, this is the NQ DOM. What are we going to open in 30 seconds or a minute? Yeah. So this is curious. We just did a pretty aggressive push high, swept through at this 615 area. We're building higher, but now there is a large iceberg showing up at 633.50. So I'm going to keep an eye on this.
You said 615, right? So I do have level at 7609. So at this point, we're going to fill for a value gap. But I don't see higher. I mean, I want to see higher today, but after the retracement, definitely can pump right at the open to fill this for value gap. But please, can you retrace for us so we can long?
Now, to be fair, I'm not going to touch anything for a little bit. I don't want to just slap into this thing off the open. But this is interesting to see passive seller
Here we go.
partying right here. I want to see what happens.
There is a little bit of divergence, though, between the Russell and the other indices.
Well, I am kind of in sync with the S&Q. I love it.
I'm going to hold it.
All right.
Well, we got straight up. Okay.
30-second OR is in.
Well, probably I will short then since it's pumping right at the open.
Remember all of last week, we would push off the open, and then at around 10 a.m., things start to turn. So might be best to just wait for that 4-hour candle to close.
Big divergence now
Yep.
between NQ and ES.
Wait, what divergence are you seeing?
Oh, nope. Never mind. No, just my candles being a jerk to me.
Just the Russell is the only one I'm seeing a little bit be a little weak. Again, that can change within like the next 5 seconds, but yeah, I'm in zero rush to touch this.
Yeah, nothing yet. I see nothing good that I need to try. Since we pump right at the open, we can fill for a value gap. Maybe slightly higher, still set 76.15. But since it's straight up at the open, I will short today. We'll not expect to get big move, but we'll short all the way down to 75.80. Look where SPX open approaching 75.50 area I mentioned before. Okay, nice. So technically we're going to trade into alt RTH gap, which is cool. That's exactly what I needed.
Wow, they really bought through that 633 spot and just flew.
Yeah, yes, filled for value gap. Next up on NQ, I said before 30,784. Because it could be my TP in case I decided to long this after retracement to downside, but we never got this retracement. Just going to wait for the test of that level. And last stop on ES sitting at 76.26. I wish we could retrace, but okay.
Wow.
We're all just sitting here. Wow.
No, it's just like, I don't know. If it's going to go, it's going to go. Sometimes it locks you out. Sometimes even I get locked out.
Yeah.
AJ, friend to many, once said something very, very impactful to me. And he said, we got all day to buy this thing. And I think every time that the market goes straight up out of the open and I want to do all my bullish things and start slapping the ask, I remember that. We got all day to buy this thing. You still think ES is going down, Leo Garcia? All right. Why? Why? I mean, why? It's not going down right now. I'll tell you that. I'll tell you that for free.
We rolled contracts, yeah. I mean, I rolled. I don't know about you guys.
September, baby.
Yep. We rolled.
Someone said 500, 553. It will be your TP, right? Yeah, I love it.
Always love. Down bad about something. Oh, yeah. Leo, yeah. Leo wanted to short this spot that we were buying the hell out of last night. That spot I talked about. He was on the Sunday stream. And I was like, yeah, man, I wouldn't short this. I know there's a lot of selling going on here, but they're buying right through it. So, and then we just never came back. And that's just when I said that, I just hit the buy button too.
Because if I want to take a look at ES chart, we got nice consolidations and nice manipulation up right now, leaving equal lows lower. So what I expect to get a bit higher than maybe it will be super fast drop. I would like to engage in this one, but I will stay bullish. So I would like to see some shorts and probably longs right after this. I do like weekly open retest as well because we barely traded below weekly open on ES and we never ever traded below weekly open on NQ. So it technically makes sense to go there. So let's hope to get nice short soon. Let me check range, how many contracts I want to trade. Oh, I can trade like up to 10 micros right now on ES.
We have. Forgot I didn't.
What's up? Did you learn today? What's up, chat? How are you guys?
Nothing really.
Nope.
What are you saying there still?
I was just double checking. I thought I glanced at the news. I just making sure there isn't some orange folder weirdness.
There's nothing.
Wasn't paying attention to.
Yeah, there's nothing too important today.
Okay. So we're getting through this 12. We'd like to target 96.20. Maybe give me a shot at it. Let's see.
So if I will trade 10 micros, my risk will be $300 today. So stop loss needs to be 6 points around. So if it will be more than 6 points, I will reduce contract size. But my risk today will be $300 on short.
And you see this 13 guy.
It's approaching my short area. So let's see if we're going to engage soon. I start loving it. Well, I'm going to prepare my screen to share NinjaTrader once I enter the trade. Need to change resolution. That's the biggest issue when you have like 49 inches monitor. You just need to change resolution because for some reason I cannot share just my chart window. It shows black screen all the time. I just need to change resolution to share.
Let's see if NQ's gonna bid.
You looking for short?
Nope. I got in a long.
Oh, I see.
I'm leaning off this 13 guy.
I mean, scalp probably a nice one. I love it as well.
Yeah, just a quick. There's definitely a sell. There's definitely a lot of absorption up here, but that's a good spot for NQ to pull back to. What do I have here? 11, 12, 13, 275. So I'll take 13, 17. I'll take 3 off there, 1 off here if I can get it. This is just a quick, very tiny, tight scalp. Need NQ to get out of its feelings a little bit. Yeah, I might be early on this.
Where's your TP at 20s? Oh, check out the weekend pumps there.
Yeah, I just have a really tight stop loss on.
Target on NQ once I enter short will be 505. 505 and on yes 75.87. So right now just waiting for short. Because we just entered my first short area.
Not loving it.
Guys, I'm not in trade. I will show you once I enter. I'm just planning right now targets. But I'm looking for shorts.
Nope.
You still have the Russell kind of not being on the same page.
Well, yeah, I'm sync with yes and Q. I love it.
Is this the Russell's fault?
It's your cat's fault for stepping in pink.
Rusty!
Yeah, let's see. We did pop on the Russell to Asia highs and then rejected 6 points.
Let's see, there's a half.
Still a lot of time until 10 a.m. though.
Yeah, it looks like NQ found a seller. That's why we couldn't pull this off.
Yeah, there's probably people taking profits right now.
I don't see shorts yet, but it's trying to form setup.
Madman Micros goes, I had a cat named Rusty. Great cat. Would attack my wife while she did laundry. Is that why it's
That's
so
a good
great?
cat. That's a good cat. Okay. I think you found the bid there.
Punchy funny, no, I'm fine. Thank you.
Is somebody giving you hell? You let me know if the chat starts making you mad today.
No. Just someone saying I look tired. I'm good.
Listen.
There's just what?
Chat. Have some manners. Number one, you never say, hey, you look tired to anybody, let alone women in the morning. I don't know if you were all raised by wolves, but just in case you were, don't do that. And number two, I got in this long down here at 08.75. I took 3 off for 5 points, and we'll see what we can get from here.
Nice. See, you guys got so heated. He took a trade. He goes, and
I do look tired. Thank you, Nick. And you know why? It's because I was up, because I kept my kid up past her bedtime, painting the carpet with a cat.
So right now, I truly believe it looks like kind of fake retracement or reversal because SPX did not hit key level. So technically, if it's going to reverse, it will be from nowhere, especially on SPX. So SPX key level for reversal retracement 75.50. It failed to take this level by 4 points. Just feels like from nowhere if it's going to reverse. So I would like to see another leg up.
YM is starting to pull back here as well.
Pull back.
Freaking Dow.
Oh,
get it together, Dow. We're going up today. I don't have time for this.
There's a clear divergence here, guys.
Worst.
Well, we'll see.
The thing about that Dow never does what I would like it to do.
But you know what? You can't just blame the Dow, though, because Russell's trying to, on this 15-minute candle, is trying to go red.
I don't think about the Russell.
Well, I mean, you guys know me. I like to look at everything.
So I tried to trade Russell maybe like 2 times in my life, maybe 3 times. I didn't find any success with this, so I stopped doing this. Stop even trying to trade this.
Lumi, the Russell. So like during the competition, we could trade a mini Russell, and then everything else is micros. So
Was that the
Russell was,
alpha?
yeah, it was like making or breaking everybody's P&L. It was kind of the way
We're
how
gonna come back
I
here.
came back. It was nice.
Are you gonna make me get back in this thing again?
Ideally, I would like to see another leg up, but here's my potential trade if you're going to get 2-minute candle closure below 76.05. Be short for 2R, risking 11 points to make 22. But I hope it's going to pump again. Because SPX did not hit key level, so really hard to trust the short for now.
Yeah, nothing for me here yet.
I'm in the same thing again. If somebody could tell the Russell to stop personally attacking me, that would be cool. I would appreciate it. I like holding this 08. I'll take this scalp again to the top of this range. I'm targeting 76.19 because I'll grab it here. This is my squiggly line stuff, which I often don't get to showcase early in the morning. Usually this has already happened by the time I'm on. So once we hit one of these teal lines here, 82% chance that we're going to extend to this, especially in this VIX 16 to 18, 16 to 19 opening environment. So just trying to get positioned for it, making a little bit of money. Got in here, out, bought it pretty much same price. So we'll see if we can get it on the next shot. NQ is.
All right, I just entered longs on the Russell, very, very, very light.
Good. Good.
It closes a green. The 15-minute candle closes a green. Shooter candle. Let's see if we go back up.
What the hell's a shooter candle?
Look it up.
Just tell me.
It's like an inverted hammer. Just saying shooter sounds cooler. It's I think strat traders say shooter candle. I'll show you.
Upside down?
Upside down hammer.
Okay.
But like, if this doesn't hold here, I get stopped out very quick.
Look it up.
Look it up.
What the hell? Look it up, she says, chat.
Chill. Okay, look, guys, it looks something like this. There you go. Can you see that? Oh, I didn't mean to do that. It's fine.
Let me zoom. Enhance it.
I'll get it. Really? Is this good enough?
Oh, okay. Okay, cool. That looks bearish. Why would you buy that?
It's...
This is why I don't look at candle shapes also.
No. Just trust.
Okay, all right, trust. Trust me, bro.
Just trust me. What's the source? Trust me, bro. Let us see.
This guy says your longs are going to get smashed. A weekly gray pool is right up there. What is a gray pool? Is that a dark pool, but different?
Where do you see that?
He sent this message to me, right?
Where do you guys see that?
It's in the chat. What's a gray pool?
I have no idea because I saw a message like to me saying like gray pool. I was gray pool. Well,
are you guys?
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
Are you making stuff up to confuse us?
It's an ICT concept.
Oh, look, it's the ICT himself. He just laughs. He must know what a gray pool is.
So SPX approaching 75.50, cannot even look for short positions as long as we're below this level. We need to test this somehow. Let's see, just need to get another bump, as I said before. So NQ approaching 20,784. I mentioned this before market open. Unfortunately, we never traced too long, so just watching this pain now.
There we go. All right, I took the last one. All right, I'll keep a runner on. That's kind of my target for, I don't know, the short term. NQ has hit its next probable target.
Finally, SPX entered my key area.
Yeah, I'm going to leave this on, but I am going to move this. Let's keep it down here. That's fine.
ES just hit its first 15-point rotation.
Last level on ES at 76.26. So yeah, since it broke above 76.09, no reaction. This means we should see move towards 76.26.
Gonna play when we go. Listening to a lot of Gaslight Anthem this morning. Salma, by the way. Did you continue to get into that band? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I like them a lot.
Hell yeah.
Just reminded me to play some music. Let me suggest a song for you. Just give me 1 second.
Okay. Tasha, what do you listen to? I don't know. I don't think you've ever told me.
I listen to Russian music, but it's music like from like
2025,
26. Yeah, so
All
I
right.
don't listen old music. Remember this?
Yes, I do remember this. Okay, cool. You did tell me.
Listen to Get Hurt by Gaslight Anthem.
Oh yeah, great song.
Great song.
My favorite record is probably the 59 Sound. Not that I don't like all the records.
I think, let me see if I listened to any of their
really
songs.
Good. So
Live.
Gray pools aside, there is a lot of good party stuff up here going on. We are building, pushing higher. I think the ultimate, let me get back. Now, this is always good to do when you're in a position. All right, good. All right, so we have now cleared the monthly open on NQ, and we're into the upper monthly band. This previous month high is going to be a cool test here shortly, 820s. And we look at ES. ES is not quite up in its upper band. So like it hasn't left value yet. NQ did. NQ is outside of value now. ES, not quite. So 30.50 on ES. And then watch him for previous week high on NQ. See what happens there.
Salma should freestyle on stream. Absolutely not. No.
Why?
No, thank you. I'm good.
If Tanya was here, she would do it.
She totally would.
Yeah, 100%.
Tanya busted out the entire 8 Mile verbatim song on the bus. I was
no
so
one
impressed.
thought she could do it. Yeah.
Nah, I never said she couldn't do it. When somebody says I can spit an entire Eminem song verbatim, I have a tendency not to doubt them. And I could see the confidence in her eyes when she said that too. So
that was so funny.
You guys really like Tanya, huh? She's somewhere else.
Guys, please. So many people have asked, and we've answered this so many times. She is currently out of the country.
It's okay. They asked Dasha if she was in a trader not every 5 minutes for
Yeah.
an hour and a half on Friday.
No risk, no Rari.
There she is.
All right, I would love to see Russell get above midnight open. We've rejected that basically. We've had a 5-minute candle close below since the open, below 30.15. Love to see us clear that.
The lag is trying to build low resistance liquidity run. Not sure about big drop, but we can try to scalp short soon. Just like for 1.5, 1.4 hour. So let's see. And Q just entered key area, so it may offer some retracement. I'm not sure about like a reversal yet, but retracement, yes, seems like it's common. Also like how SPX reached 25% of RTH gap.
Mm.
I'm not
Yeah,
sure
might-
about New York Midnight Open now. Someone mentioned, about this. So you said like New York Midnight Open. I'm not sure that first move down will be like a real one. It can retrace to offer probably IM session long and lunch reversal. So I'm not sure about like big drop yet, but I'm gonna look for scalp short soon. Yeah, like around 600. Yes, I agree with you. Maybe like 650 area. But still, it's like 100 points on NQ. It's not bad.
It might have found a seller up here, but like not really. Not yet. I mean, they found one, but he didn't get anything accomplished at all. And this is a very simple volume profile concept. Flat top with a, upward facing slope. This is bullish. Taper. I don't know if they're going to get, this is passive selling, active buying. They really have not had an active seller passive buyer yet. I don't know. How's that Russell doing? Let me see.
Pushing, but it's really, really
All right.
struggling at midnight open. Just need this 30.15 out the way, and then we'll definitely see us making some headway higher as long as NQES continue to push.
Got 4 minutes to 10 o'clock.
I have a question. Seems like your price on Russell 3014, but my price at 29.94. Why?
Yeah, contract rollover.
Hmm.
On September.
1 second.
You're on the continuous.
Ah,
The continuous for TradingView didn't roll yet for the Russell.
got it.
I just
Makes sense.
I manually went in and
Got it.
pulled
Can
up
they do
the
it?
September. Yeah, they're really struggling
Did find
here.
a seller. All right. Cool.
Jeez.
Flat. That's nice. That high is not very good. It's enough for me to get out of the way, though.
Oh, thanks, Focus on Extreme. Appreciate that. Yeah, they are scary because you're obviously, you're going against the grain there, but they're definitely good for entries.
On NQ, this is a little more clear. Seller rewarded. Haven't got a meaningful pullback to any of these highs yet. And this is the time where I normally get into trouble trying to press into early longs that we're working. So I'm going to wait for this seller to reclaim here. But it looks like NQ and ES both found some active selling, finally. We'll see if this retraces. If not, I might just take that win for the day. We'll see.
Yeah, I have my stop loss is 2 points. Not trying to let this go too far against me. But YM is pushing here. Come on, Rusty.
The Dow's pushing?
The Dow is pushing.
NQ's pulling
yes.
back. So a little rotational today, huh? Okay.
They're on their beat, though. They always are.
Yep. The beefing.
I may look for shorts below 76.12 to 75.95. Just 17 point scalp.
You might get out of this here. Yeah, I'm out. I'm out.
Yeah. They're definitely active seller up there. I like this pullback on NQ to 720, but I mean, sellers getting rewarded and pressing. There are spots lower to look for continuation. So just let him do what he's going to do. God, you know what? Fucking great pull up here.
20 seconds left on 2-minute candle.
Yeah, let me see how that 4 hours is looking right now. Yeah, Russell 4 hours, the only one that looks questionable. Everything else looks pretty decent.
So the problem, it's like about to be 10. So can we get like straight down at 10 or it's going to retrace?
So that was like, I don't know if you guys noticed, but last week that was the entire MO in the morning. First 30 minutes, you've got a push off the open. And then at 10 a.m., things start to slow down. And then you start to see gold turn. Once gold turns, all the other indices would follow along and we drop. But we aren't really seeing that too much here right now.
Found a passive bid at 695. I'm not gonna hop right into it. I'm gonna think about it. It's 10 o'clock. Let this build a low. It's gonna put one in. See if the seller wants to
start looking
continue.
for a scalp short.
See, test him again. Definitely a buyer there.
Don't like it did not close below 76.12, but I do like how it's trying to break this level still. Looking for short position, scalp short position soon. Real risk like $300. It's around 6 micros. 5 micros probably. So let's see if you're going to close below 76.12, 76.1380 on 2-minute chart. So far, just sweeping this level. Obviously, it's not short yet.
Let's go. All right, cool. Thank you, production.
That's a great song.
So just trying to get back into this original position with, some more confidence. I've already hit my extension target for the day. So we'll just take a couple off, quick scalp, see if we can get back above the +1. NQ is very happy. NQ is bullish. NQ pulled right back to the, I don't know, either the 5 or the 30-second opening range and bounced. I think bullish. Pretty sure it was the same thing. So. Also, I'm sure Pharm's not watching right now, but I don't think this is the Pharm range. I don't think you can claim the entire 5-minute opening range as the Pharm range. I forgot to. Man, I'll have to text him and give him hell for that.
Just say he has small calves. You'll trigger him.
I can't lie. I cannot tell a lie. Me and George Washington. Ooh. NQ to the moon. It's getting so wiggly over there.
Yes, still bullish in Q trying actually offered shift and structure on 2-minute chart, but yes, just swept 76.12. So definitely not bearish. I'm gonna probably switch on MNQ.
This is often something too that happens with these with my silly range things is they become balances. Next stop is up here at the 1 standard deviation. This is also very bullish tape, all of this stuff that just happened. Big push, NQ push 2, left this volume, left a little bit of thin guy here, building higher. See if we can make a new high above, what's that, 2250? This was a big passive seller at 22. So it's still going to, I mean, we're not just going to fly out of here, but it looks good. I like it. NQ dump price action. Flash Gordon, I don't think so, bud. I don't think so. This is really, really, really trendy behavior. Everything that has happened today is gap and go so far. Anything can happen, but like this is the RTH open, gap and go. This is a opening drive high, pull back. I bet this is probably around 50% of that leg. If I was to guess, make a new high, high or low. If we can crack this, like this is stair steps up right now. So far.
Projections saying on NQ we have room to go higher, like all the way up to 900. So let's see. I cannot, I mean, I do want to short, but I cannot do this as long as ES remains bullish. So I want to look for continuation only. So we'll trade this trend.
Dasha, what do you prioritize between ES and NQ as far as like who's leading the pack there? So like if ES is bullish, you don't want to short NQ. Will you ever do something on NQ? Like is ES more important?
No, not really. So, for example,
Okay.
if I see we entered higher from level, we just touch, I know, like all the resistance level, and I see NQ offered strong reaction confirmed by shift and structure on 5-minute chart. But at the same time, yes, entered same resistance level, trying to offer reaction, but fails to offer shift and structure. So at this point, I'm going to wait for ES to offer shift and structure. So both ES and NQ are going to be in sync. And I will trade at this point. When I see one instrument offer shift and structure, another one fails, I usually stay away.
Okay.
Or expect to get continuation higher.
25. This is not 11, 12, 14. I guess 3.5. That's not bad. Okay, cool. Thank you. I've always wondered that.
Yes, really trying, but I would like to see 76.12 break to try this.
Russell is just tanking, guys. So I'm very, very happy about that exit. This is not looking good right now. By the way, when I say tanking, it's down like 10 points. But it seems like a lot, okay? We're not getting any action.
Russell in turmoil. That's funny.
I gotta spice things up a little.
This is, I mean, the real good pullback is down here. So there are much better spots to be long from. At the moment, this is still fine. NQ is really bullish.
Why am I getting asked about order flow. Guys, I don't know. Stowe's your order
I
flow
thought
guy,
you were
not
your
me.
no. I thought you were order flow guru these days. Just tell me what the tape's doing.
I think it was the proper term is order flow baddie.
Baddie.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
That's what chat said. I didn't say it. It was chat.
Okay. Well, I was raised not to just call women baddies out of nowhere. So, excuse me.
Stowe was indeed not raised by wolves.
I was not raised by wolves. Also, you got to remember that Selma's probably young enough that she could be my daughter. So I don't want to unk myself here, but
What do you mean?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
I can be.
for sure.
Yeah. I just had to do the math real quick. Yep.
All right, order flow baddie. Fair enough. We could use a couple. To be fair.
No,
most of us are just dudes.
Guys, all I do is just stare at this thing. It looks cool on my screen, and that's it. I don't know too much. Please don't take anything I say.
I'm sure you use it for something.
I do. I use it for okay, I don't know if this is dumb, but it's there on a screen, right? I can kind of see it from the corner of my eye. Right now, it's not nothing too interesting is happening. But then when a headline is about to come out, I can see the tape start to pick up. So I watch for those things. And then obviously the 1,000 lot guys.
May I tell you what you're actually seeing?
Yeah, tell me.
So the way that Bookmap works is like I used it for a couple years forever ago. Is just like the shading. So when you're saying like when news is about to come out, you see the chart begin to like transform shading wise.
Well, I don't even look at. So I just have I don't even look at like the heat map and the stuff and the bubbles and all that.
Oh, okay.
I'm just looking at like the current order book. Like I'm just basically just watching the price go up and down.
Oh yeah, okay. So what you're seeing is just you're seeing the liquidity turn from thick to thin and then back to thick again. That's what happens when news is about to come out.
Yeah,
So we see the same thing on the book, just with the resting liquidity. The numbers just get bigger and smaller. Instead of colors, we have volume histograms on our thing.
Okay, cool.
Heat map baddie.
OMG, Salma changed her chart color. Where have you been? It has been like months.
Where you been?
Where you been at?
Where you been at?
Are you new here? No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
Bing bong.
Sorry, guys. Knicks won the finals. I don't know how to act.
Do you want to hear something extremely sad?
For sure. Sad? No. I don't want to hear sad. No.
I tricked you. I saw on the internet that GTL was possibly just code for buying drugs, and they were never actually going to the gym, tanning, or doing laundry.
But you got to see them do all those things.
That's what I said. Okay, so you think it was real? All right, cool.
Would like to think so.
Me too.
Okay, 10 seconds left on this candle. Let's see if you're going to close below 76.12. You'll be fine at the first confirmation.
What are you laughing about?
Nothing. Just the chat is making me laugh for many reasons.
Yeah, wow, Russell's really turning here. YM too, guys. If YM loses London highs here at like 161, I can see us coming down to 52.47. Yeah.
If this seller at 760 gets vanquished, as he should, no seller deserves to be doing as well as he's doing. Wow, another big push. If he gets vanquished, we're definitely gonna go test that 820.
Wait. Someone in chat thinks I called myself baddie. No, that is ick and cringe. I was just repeating what chat called me. Please know the difference. I would never call myself that.
So cringe. It's cringe.
Get some help.
Yeah, stop it. Wait, is that towards me? No. Oh God.
I'm trying light short on yes. Just small contracts right now to try. Just broke my key level. Let me switch on NinjaTrader 1 second. How to change my screen 1 second. Just light size right now to give it a try.
Did not quite get that low.
I do like that it broke my 76.12 area, so I would like to see the test of 75.95, 94. So looking for some move towards that area. Just quick scalp. It's like 1.8 arm trade.
Might be good. I got very angry just now.
We will see, we will see.
Shanti, yeah, it looks like we are going down lower on the Russell. Just want to see what we do here around 29.94. It's obviously you know, where we wicked from Sunday night. Basically the low of Sunday. See what we do there, and then yeah, this can turn and this can get ugly.
It could also get beautiful.
Well, yeah, you know what I mean. It could be
doesn't
beautiful
have
for
to be.
sure. Dave M says, guys, Dave M says, I just hit the like. What about you?
Oh, thank you, Dave. Thank you, Dave.
Did you like the stream, Stowe?
Appreciate Yins. Yeah, of course. That's part of my
Yeah, me too. Part of my routine.
little routine, my
Yeah.
repertoire.
Dead. Oh, right. I should like it. Dude, come on. Shouldn't even have to say anything. Congratulations on your Knicks. Thanks, dude. It was a crazy, crazy, crazy game.
Oh yeah. That's great.
It's the same day that my nephew was born, and my brother-in-law is a huge, huge, huge Knicks fan. And yeah, it was like a very full circle moment for him to have his son born on the same night that the Knicks, you know, win the finals.
This is some good range on NQ. I don't know if we're gonna get this expansion though.
I'm not from New York
Fighting right
City.
now. I will partial at 76.1.25. So basically it will balance small 2-minute imbalance. Of course, if you're going to go there right now, it's interesting wicks forming, so I'm not quite sure if we have enough volume to bring this lower.
Sorry, I know Lumi's trying to talk markets. I'm sorry. I'm distracting everyone right now, but Mark goes, it'd be so ironic if that kid grows up to be a Nets fan. That would never, ever, ever slide in their household. He's forever a Knicks fan now. He's got no choice.
It's fine. Guys, once I'm in trade, I really focused on the trade, nothing else.
I know, I'm sorry.
Sorry about this. So I hit the like button for stream, so as always. I always do this.
You got the point of control down here now. Dasha might be right.
I don't know. I can be wrong because technically NQ has room to go lower, so maybe I can be just a bit early on this entry. So we still can pump back to 30,800, 850 area on NQ. So once again, I might be a bit early on this short. That's why I decided to try light size right now. Just to give it a second try in case I'm early.
It's really thin, really whippy. I don't love a lot of things about this. Need to get through this guy. Need a higher high on NQ and ES right here.
I'm kind of surprised.
Come on, baby.
ES did not offer a reaction from fair value gap, but NQ, in my opinion, looks a bit more bullish just right now. So that's why I just try and late size.
Can I get a one time to the other side of the range?
So because last stop were, yes, for me, 76.26. So we did not tap this level by, let me see, 4 points. That's why I still can say like we can go there. And once we enter this level, I will give it second try.
I tell you what, this seller on NQ is driving me bananas.
It's funny to say because I see NQ a bit more bullish comparing to ES.
Well, it's just some jerk, and I mean this, seller. If you're watching, you're a jerk. At 750, 760, just really aggressively pulling off and just smashing the book to the other side. It could be roll stuff, who knows? But it's annoying. As someone who is long, it's annoying. I'm sure if you're short right there, it's probably awesome. Yeah, 7,615 would be cool. I don't know. I mean, honestly, this looks like something I don't want to get too excited about. I'm just trying to get to the other side of value. We've hit both extensions that are the most likely to happen already on ES and NQ, and this is looking like balance. Actually, I'm going to take some off as I'm saying this stuff out loud. It makes sense for me to de-risk a little bit. But yeah, this just looks like, I mean, we're in the middle of value, and there's an annoying seller on NQ. Lord knows what Rusty's doing. And by Rusty, I mean the index, not my cat. My cat is asleep in a box right there.
Well, kind of tricky here because market not in sync again. I mean, yes, and NQ are not in sync, so I'm just trying to figure out what I expect to get at that point.
Yeah.
Wait, is
That's
Tracy
what I was
still
talking
here?
about. When we have like bullish structure on NQ and bearish structure on ES. So at this point, you want to stay away. But I really like how we closed below 76.12, so I had to try.
Tracy's Bank of Japan tonight. Sure, they went over it in the morning segment. I just missed it. Thank you guys for the congratulations. Really appreciate that.
What happened? What'd you win?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask.
I have a nephew, guys.
Hey! Congratulations. That's great.
Congratulations.
Stowe, where have you been?
I don't know.
I didn't know as well.
Guys, I literally just said he was born on the same day as the Knicks winning the finals.
I was focused.
I'm trading. Yeah. Me and Dasha are slinging lots over here.
I guess I'm the only one slacking off.
That's so nice.
Bank of
Yeah, that's
Japan is
wonderful.
tonight. Okay, so anybody trading Asia later tonight? If you guys are trading, please be mindful of the fact that there is Bank of Japan later today. They have their rate decision. So keep an eye on that. Yeah, see, Barb said you guys are slacking. Thank you, chat, though. I appreciate
Listen,
it.
Barb. Listen. If there's one thing I'm doing, it's not slacking.
Really? Because if you weren't slacking, then maybe
How am I supposed to care about every kid that's born all the time?
No. That's not what I was gonna say. I was gonna say maybe Rusty wouldn't have stepped in paint last night.
That's true, actually. I was
There you
I was being an absent father to both a cat and to a little girl.
All for what? A stream with your friends? No, I'm joking. I'm just kidding.
Dude, she had the best time, and she was so happy with that box. And I don't know how long you were on the stream, but she came on and showed everybody the box and made me wear it as a hat.
I tuned in for like the last 2 minutes. Oh, there goes Nick. Is that the real Nick?
Yeah.
Why?
No, that's a different Nick.
What's Nick's new username? I need to know because
Vibes Traders. He had to change. He had to change it because we branded a thing. So
okay, I got you. All right.
Nick got
We
stuck.
have minor SMT divergence at lows between ES and NQ.
Yep.
Wait, Lumi, can I ask what makes something like what makes that divergence minor?
Because it's on lower time frame. If you go on like on 1 hour chart, you see nothing there. Like nothing important happened. That's why I call this minor. It's always minor when it's on lower time frame.
And lower being what, the 1 minute?
Like up to 5 minute chart.
Okay.
1, 2,
all right,
3,
that makes
5 minute
sense.
chart. That's why it's minor. But probably it's fine for continuation higher. But I'm not going to close my short simply because I do like how we're holding 76.12. So I'm risking like $250 in this trade, so it's not a big deal. So worth to sit in this trade until I see invalidation. I don't see invalidation yet, so I'm gonna sit.
It's tight. Everything is tightening up, and all of the angles are gone. Like both bands have contracted. This is a really big giveaway right here. Is this like? Now we have this tail at the top here and a big tail at the bottom.
Absolutely ugly consolidation. 76.12 was a 2-minute support area. That's why I entered this trade. So it's also was reaction. I actually used SPX for this because we entered 25-50% of old RTH gap. And I have video about this on my YouTube channel, but I'm going to repeat idea. So once we enter this area and we never ever traded into 25% of RTH gap, it can be current RTH gap, it can be old one, whatever. So usually it confirms reaction by 2-minute shift in structure or 2-minute order block. So it lined up with 76.12 run. So once I highlighted this on SPX, that's why. So technically I was waiting for this level on SPX to enter the trade on ES. So it was 76.12. So it's technical supports where I would like to see closure. So below this level, I will short. Hope it makes sense.
Got it.
As long as we respect 76.12, I want to sit in this trade. And let's see how it goes. Market definitely looks bullish. I'm not going to argue about this, but structure still confirms short scalp here. Scalp to 7,600 at least. As I said before, I don't expect to get big reversal, but that's why I want to partial at 7,600 because for retracement, that level looks good to me. Yeah, guys, thank you. My accent is Russian.
Norris says, I don't know what you guys are trying to catch. Monday and Tuesday are usually boring, especially after such a gap.
Yeah, usually gap up days are pretty boring.
Listen. No, they're not. There's points all over the place if you have a setup for it, number one. Number two, only Siths speak in absolutes. So either you, my friend, are a Sith, or I don't know. I'm worried about it. But either way, one person's boring market is another person's
so triggered
market to churn a bunch of points in. And frankly, I love when things are doing very gentle pullbacks to the places that they should and then leaving those price areas again. And so there have been a lot of great moves to catch here. 10 points. I got stopped down on that one. Working on nice 10-point move here if I can get to the other side of value. So don't limit yourself to Monday and Tuesdays are usually boring. There's macroeconomical shit in the air, blah, blah, blah. Like, if you can be agnostic to those things that are floating around ethereally and just see things for these are points, these are opportunities, this is where I can define my risk, I think that makes for, constructive trading. Because, like, you're trading as a business to make points. It doesn't matter what FOMC is going to do. It doesn't matter what, I don't know, if the straight opens. The only reason I want the straight to open is so Tracy can relax, because she's been monitoring the situation for like 3 months now. And Tracy needs a break. Amen, Tracy. Amen. Could you use it?
I will cut my short if we're going to invert 2-minute fair value gap. So if we're going to get the closure above 76.16, I will cut like for like $100, $130 plus. So far we closed inside 2-minute fair value gap. If we're going to invert, I will cut short because I expect to get moved over 76.26 at this point. Okay, my 1 minute left on this candle. We will see.
Yeah, Ellie wants to hear my thoughts. I mean, there's not much here for me, guys. If you're looking at the YM, ES, you have chop. So unless something changes, then yeah, there's not really much for me to say.
So this is what I agree with that.
Tell me.
There is definitely some chop, but there's money to be made in a choppy market too.
100%.
Yeah, of course.
I don't disagree. But for me, it's just like if you're trading NQ, hell yeah, you can definitely scalp and secure some.
We gotta get you
points
on MNQ, dude.
No, but when I'm trading ES or the Russell and I'm getting a 5-point move, like that's not enough,
All right.
I'd rather just sit tight, wait for a better setup, and then go from there. But yeah, for now, just looking at like the 15-minute. I mean, what is this? This is piano keys.
Yep.
It's up, down, up, down, up, down. It's nothing here for me.
Dude, you can be an NQ trader. I know you can do it. I know you can do it.
No. So I was like talking about this the other day. I really think who you are as a trader, what kind of trader you are, what kind of assets you trade, all stem from like your personality as a person outside of trading. And yeah, I just think NQ is too chaotic for me. And
I met you in real life. I've seen you be a little chaotic.
Hey, yeah. Still be quiet. What happened in Miami stays in Miami.
All right. No. I just say that because I used to be, so when I first met Leo and all the dudes, I was like, I can't trade NQ. I can't do it. It doesn't make sense. The DOM moves too fast. It's too whippy. It takes too many stops. Blah, 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 blah. But statistically, like the math works out that there is most scalpable, like risk to reward point ratio stuff on NQ than there is on any other index, just with the sheer size of move based on the MNQ per tick value. Sure. You have the most actual opportunity to scalp in NQ. So I was like, okay. And I really tried. It took me a year easily just watching NQ. But now NQ makes sense to me. I think you just got to stare at it for a while, man.
Yeah, but like here's the other thing that I was trying to say before is
I'm sorry.
Again.
If I
no, you're good. You're good. Who you are as a person outside of trading pours into your trading. And so once again, like I don't think I have it in me to be a scalper 24/7. I feel if you trade NQ, you gotta just be in and out quick. For me, I can sit in a trade for 2 hours and I'm completely content as long as the setup is still valid. Like many times you guys have seen me take a trade on the stream and chat will be like, nice hold, way to be patient.
That's true.
This and that. And it's like, yeah, I just can't be. And again, it's a little bit tricky because sometimes there is that market environment where I can get in and out of trades real quick. Like last week when the ranges on those candles were humongous on ES. You get a 30-point 5-minute candle. Yeah, I can definitely trade that and I can scalp that because it's just the moves are happening much quicker. But yeah, I'm okay. NQ is again too chaotic for me and too toxic.
Nah, you're right. I'm not. I shouldn't try to.
You're good. No, you're good.
I see the potential.
Thanks, dude. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm good.
But you do have to be dead inside to trade NQ. That is true. You do.
Well,
you do have to be ready to take a bunch of stops that suck, and yeah, NQ definitely hates you more than it should hate anybody. When it's
NQ just faster, but I would say still tradable if you know how many contracts you want to trade. I mean, you can make way more than on ES or RTY or YM, but if you're really scared to risk a lot, just trade 1-2 micros. That will be more than enough. because 100 points in NQ current range is nothing. So 2 micros is your $400. So it's,
if I was to give us all, so if I was to think about the NinjaTrader live show as Captain Planet, that would be Dasha's superpower, is that constant focus on risk to reward and how many lots can I trade? What am I like? How am I making this trade size so that it fits this exact thing? Yeah, you are the pro at that, man. I wish I was able to bring that up constantly before I enter a trade as fast as you're thinking about it. You guys have so many strong suits. I'm lucky to be here on a Monday with Jens.
Oh, stop it. We're lucky.
True. It's true. I think I'm doing a trade to close with you this week, Selma. You want to finish writing that song?
Oh, yeah, let's do it. But we need to get those likes up.
We do.
Wait, what day is that? Hold on.
most profitable traders are Nasdaq traders. That's not true.
I could be wrong, Selma, also.
Your powers combined.
Bro, you lying to me, dog. Did you just lie to me?
What'd you say, Dasha? What wasn't true?
Someone said most profitable traders are NQ traders. That's not true.
No.
Does that person know every single profitable trader in the world?
Big trader guy, huh?
I would say most profitable traders are SP 500 traders. So technically, yes, traders. I know lots of good professional traders with 30 years experience, and they trade only yes.
Stowe, I don't have you on my schedule.
Oh, then I lied. Sorry.
You are a liar.
What are you gonna do?
Nothing. Just be upset. But next Thursday, not this Thursday, next week Thursday, are we trading the open together?
Sure.
I have that
don't
down.
know.
I have it down as we are.
I can't. Who knows? Right now, Savannah's somewhere I sent Stowe those emails for nothing.
Come on, do something, please.
I don't know, man. I don't know if we're leaving. It's just getting tighter and tighter.
Mm-hmm.
Gap up and stay here in a 25-point range would be pretty funny. Oh, is that we got the IB in? Nice. I'll put one up there for an IB break. Why not? Change it to 2. Oh, can't change the strategy. Fair enough. Sorry.
Oh, come on. I mean, we got cement inversion for a while. We got really small closures. That's why I didn't cut this short trade. So it's really barely closed above this level. But strong displacement should offer 76.26 without any problem. But I didn't like the closure. So it's really not strong yet.
Yeah.
But we're supporting 10 AM open on both yes and NQ. I don't know what to expect.
No, yeah, you and I are on the opposite side of the same trade, and it can. Yeah. We literally are both standing on a coin flip right now.
It's wild. So technically, 7,600 test makes sense, but at the same time, it left room to go higher. So I really question this. But once again, I expect to get retracement. I'm not talking about reversal. I believe a real reversal, if it really wants to happen today, will happen after lunch. Right now, just pull back. I'm not even sure we're going to hit 75.94, honestly. I'm gonna actually put 3 contracts here.
I can plug that. I'm doing a Develop Your Edge session on Thursday at 4 p.m. Eastern Time after the close. If you've ever wondered what the hell I'm up to, you should tune into that, and you might have a better idea after it. That's also, I'm going to open up Vibe Check to a broader audience on Thursday, so you may get to watch my little piece of technology break in real time. So if you see me crying and Jim's telling me everything's going to be okay, that's probably why. But yeah, I'll go over everything, how I come up with levels, biases, how I've incorporated a bunch of different methodologies into some weird thing that is how I trade. We'll probably laugh a bunch. Me and Jim like to hang out, so that'll be cool.
I'll be there. I'll tune in.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Gotta support.
Nice. Thanks, Jacob.
Okay, chat. Are you long? Are you short? Maybe you trade in gold. Maybe you trade in oil now.
That's true.
Let's talk about
Oh
you.
my goodness, sub 80. Oh man. I can't wait to fill the Prius for less than $30 again. It's gonna be a good day.
Dude.
People long.
I think gas prices get updated on Tuesdays, so you're gonna have to wait, my friend.
Don't worry, I just went to Costco on Sunday. I'm good. I'm good for another 10 days easily.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
10 days it takes you to go through a full tank?
Yeah, dude, and I drive a lot. There's a reason I hold on to this Prius, man.
Dude,
Not only
damn.
because I love a streak and I'm trying to get the world's oldest Prius, but it's also because I'm cheap.
You know what? I feel like you would hold on to a car just so that you can say you have the world's oldest Prius.
The joke that I'm trying to do, and I think this will be a really good bit for any strangers that see me on the road, is I would like to get it to be old enough that I can get antique license plates from Prius.
QQ? You want the QQ license plates?
I do. And it's a 2010. I think 18 years is the cutoff in Pennsylvania for antique plates. So I just need 2 more years of the Prius to exist, and I can do it.
It's hilarious.
Yeah, it's like I bought, Berkshire Hathaway in the 80s. Like, why would I sell it now? It's paying dividends.
You know what I want to go to? An antique car show. They have one of those.
I'm sure you have a ton out there.
They have one of those right next to my house every Friday at 8 p.m. They host one, and I just drive by all the time, but never go. I don't want to be the only one by myself. But yeah, I admire from afar.
Bray Trades. I would like to Bray Trades has a good point. Costco gas people are weird.
Oh,
waiting
my mom,
forever just to save a couple of bucks
pause,
on the gas.
Pause.
What?
My mom this morning, I kid you not, guys, real quick story time.
Yeah,
my mom has to go pick up my brother and his wife and kid from the airport today from JFK.
Okay.
That is like a 2-hour car ride with traffic from us to there, okay?
Mm-hmm.
She calls me like, which gas station do you think I should go to? I said, Mom, there's one down the street. But Costco is cheaper. I said, Costco is 20 minutes away. I kid you, I swear to God, I had this conversation with her this morning.
So I was in the line. There was a big line on Sunday. It's not this bad during the week, by the way.
It's always busy.
Nah, not here. But I live in the middle of nowhere. I'm waiting in line, and there is like this truck. This truck is like a boat. This is like the Ford F9000. It's like 80 feet tall next to me. And we're easily waiting for, I don't know, 10 minutes. I'm like, there's no way this truck didn't burn more gas waiting here than the amount of money it's going to save filling up at Costco. There's no way.
Dude, people really think that driving 30 minutes and waiting on that line for another 30 minutes is saving them money.
Well, I only go.
Unfortunately, my mom's one of them. So
if I went to Costco, then I go. And I did go to Costco.
Man.
I'm pretty proud of myself. I have not eaten food in the world that I didn't prepare for the last 2 weeks. I am crushing this new clean food world. And I feel like
you're on your healthy journey now, right?
I am, dude. And I feel like $1 million. I can't believe I didn't do this earlier.
Good.
Do we
Right,
have?
Go ahead.
Do we have enough likes? I just want to make sure that we get a Tanya level of likes that she would be proud of. I don't want her to be coming back to the 430.
That's ridiculous, guys. We have 1,600 people watching. That's not even. That's 1/4.
Oh my god.
That's horrible. Yeah.
We need at least a 1-to-2 ratio, guys. We
1
have
to 2.
16
You're
minutes
asking
left
for
to
a
pull it
lot.
off.
You got Jack and wait. Who's coming after us here now? Jack and Nick. Dude, they're gonna take credit. Guys, pump up those likes right now. Please.
If you don't hit the likes, you hate puppies.
Yep.
Yeah,
I
this
agree.
action is painful. I have to agree with you on that too.
Come on, market, please something. You know what I hate most? When you
What?
sit and trade for like more than 30 minutes and it goes to your stop loss. Just wasting of my life. Seriously. If I'm wrong, please, I would like to be wrong immediately. Just go to my stop loss immediately. If I sit in this
Think
trade
of my
for...
life.
Yes, seriously.
Yeah, that's funny.
Dasha.
Oh, God. If it's like 30 minutes and I'm going to lose, damn. Are you crazy? Trust
Yeah,
the process, Dasha.
slowest-
Trust the process.
Slowest stop loss ever.
Yeah. I'm perfectly fine to be wrong immediately. Like I enter the trade, immediately goes to my stop loss. Amazing. I'm fine. But
Yeah, but that also
like this-
sucks too because you're like, why could have just waited another minute and not have entered?
I mean, yeah.
I mean, this is a really good conversation that they're having. I really like it. This is a lot of buying. This is a ton of buying. If we can get above this, we can see the other side. But like, this used to be a volume node up here and a volume node down here. And now this is just slowly turning into this slope. I don't know if it's a healthy thing to do as a volume profile nerd, but you can kind of in tune what that profile is beginning to distribute into as the day goes on. And this is just looking like a really annoying balance day with a taper at the high and the low. This high sucks, but it might suck enough that they're just not going to let me take it out. I don't know.
Well, YM is trying to do something here.
Trying to push higher.
Yeah.
Okay. SPX stuck inside consolidation. Oh, crazy.
Yeah.
I mean,
NQ,
yes, and also inside consolidation.
NQ2.
Anyway. I was like, Dasha, trust the process. You plan this trade. You trade your plan. It's fine.
It's okay. That's what you always used to tell me. It's okay.
It's okay, Dasha. Yeah.
I'll be stressing out like, do something. But it's okay. But that's Friday's attitude. That's not Monday's attitude. On Monday, we need stuff to happen. Damn it.
Trading the open on Monday is not for the weak.
Yeah, I'm just
I would
kidding,
say,
chat.
we got like new contract, huge gap, some nice overnight price action. I mean, like push higher. So technically, this chart makes sense to me. And market definitely looks bullish. It's like all-time high trading right now. We will see. From what I see on weekly chart, both ES and NQ broke above mean threshold of weekly OB, so I would like to see all-time high soon again. So definitely not short. Why you short this? I already explained. So going to repeat this again. So I was trading off SPX level, not ES levels. ES definitely left room to go higher today to 76.26. So SPX hit 25-50% of old RTH gap. Like it was gap from, let me see when it was. Let me see. It was June 4th. So we got nice RTH gap. We never ever traded into this gap before. Today we entered 25-50% range. And I usually expect to get reaction all the way down to 9:30 AM open. And this reaction must be confirmed by 2-minute OB. We got 2-minute OB and I entered the trade on ES using SPX chart. That's it. So technically, I'm just trying to scalp.
Come on, baby.
If I'm wrong, like I'm going to get my stop and I will be okay with this. But I hope I explained this trade.
Slightly higher high on ES here, and NQ has a lot more room to the other side of its value.
My NQ projections are 30,812 and 30,929.
Come on, you chickens.
Stop this consolidation, please.
You need to make a phone call.
Yeah, Lumi, you've got the phone.
Okay, guys. Okay. Let's do this. Rule number 1, it must be unplugged. It's important. Taking notes, guys. I know everyone wants to long this, but let's drop like there is no bottom. Just all the way down to 7,600, and that's it. All the way down.
That would be cool. I wouldn't even mind. I'll get stopped out for that.
I want to get it, please. All the way down.
Yes, and oh, you're right, Omar. Omar is right. Once you're done with the phone call, put the magnets on, and then.
Yeah, those magnets work. I've seen that happen in real time.
Dasha, come on. What's wrong with you today? You can do better. You can do better.
I'm dead. This is why we've been consolidating, guys. She forgot the magnets.
I forgot everything. Oh, God.
That's freaking hilarious.
Well, I put magnets. I'm not going to show you this.
Ooh, nice. Hold on. Let's see. Let's watch this guy. There's a nice little passive guy. Let's see what happens. This 40 gets ripped. That could be cool. I could send ES up to its IB, which is where my... Ooh, it's getting wiggly. He moved down. Something's up. Let's see. What are you doing?
They're doing nothing.
There we go. Nice. Filled.
Were you looking at what guy again? I'm sorry.
735.
Okay.
On NQ.
100 lot. It was like 140.
On NQ, 735.
Yep. Yeah, he walked down to get filled also, and 741. And you can see bid stacking up behind him and continuing to push through. So that is a passive seller being filled by aggressive bid that then wants to bid higher. For now.
Cool.
So in a microscope, yes. Very cool.
Cool story, bro.
Very, very cool. Very cool. Very fair.
Oh, I just stopped Stowe dead in his tracks. I'm sorry. That's not how I meant it.
Cool, Unc. Tell us another one about buyers and sellers, Unc.
That's not what I meant. I promise.
So next thing I would like to see happen here is just the IB stat to hit, and then I will be having a fine time.
$76.26 still my key area. I surprised how NQ did not offer any reaction from 784. But probably NQ is just waiting for ES to hit 76.26. We'll look for another position from there. Not exactly from there, but once I see exactly the same confirmation.
Just kept falling apart.
At the same time, seems like is SPX 10 points away from 50% of gap. 75.60 on SPX. Yeah, which lines up with 50% of daily propulsion block, 76.26 on ES. It's gonna be interesting how strong the action is going to be there. But I'm willing to give it second try if it's going to break above 76.26 on ES.
So what just happened is we just came back and retested that 735 and saw active bid off of it. So if that can hold, that's a good way to use those big numbers. You want to see how price reacts to push through it, and price reacts on a retest. The other thing too, because people like to look at the heat map or whatever and glean stuff from the big numbers. A good thing to remember is that the bigger that number is, the busier that place is going to be to interact. So like you want to see around it. You don't want to see that actual price stuff. You want to see retests. How did it get pushed through, whether that be to the upside or the downside? The most important thing is the market orders, because that's what actually moves the market. So if they want to keep buying off of that, that's good. If they run out of gas once that thing is filled, that's not good for buyers. So it's more about the price action. I'm being a D for a T on these last couple points. I'm going to take one off.
SPX tested 25% again of RTH gap and just stuck. Interesting, cannot break this. But definitely can offer another sweep, liquidity sweep, because like I don't see reason to not to take right now liquidity level on ES. It's gonna be wild if it's going to like offer full reversal now. But you know, nothing surprised me anymore.
Jeez, who hurt you, Lumi? Why? Don't be jaded.
I saw enough in this market.
That's what happens when you call the market makers too many times. You get jaded. Oh my gosh, push through this 760. Yeet this seller into the sun.
Mm-hmm.
Yeet.
Yeet. Do the kids still say that?
You're gonna have to ask your daughter. I don't know.
All right, I'll ask her.
I'm not hip with the lingo anymore.
Which word?
Yeet.
Never ever heard that.
Wait. We need to have a segment on NT with Pax and us trying to teach him like these words. I don't know what you would call these words, but
lingo, slang.
Yeah. Yeet.
There we go.
And we have to have him guess what he thinks they mean. Oh, that would make for some great content.
Push, you turkeys.
That would.
So I was talking about SPX chart. See how we stuck at 25% of RTH gap? It's from beginning of June 4th, I believe, or so. So what I see here, no reaction, but consolidation. So technically, since we're closed above this level again, next stop and probably last stop for today will be 50%, 75.60. So what I can expect to get, we may sweep this buy side again over here and to take 76.26 and 50% on SPX, and it can offer another reaction. So I will give it second try from there. Definitely not fun longs, it's too high for me to engage. So I would rather to wait for second opportunity or no trades for me today anymore.
Yeah, again, there you go, getting some movement.
Yeah, stopped here for $250.
Dun 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 dun.
That's right.
It's funny.
Guys, let's pump up those likes. Come on. We could do it.
Next up, 27.
Let's go. Oops.
Get us to 700. If we get 700, I don't know what will happen, but
it'll be great.
Something will happen.
If we get 700, I bet we get to do this again with the three of us, because I think we had a good time.
If we get 700, I think Stowe has to show us those paw prints on his carpet.
They actually cleaned up fine. Willow was way too stressed about it. She's like, I think it's permanent, Dad. It's permanent. I'm like, it's fine. I mean, it's just a carpet. Who cares if there's a little pink paw print there forever? That's kind of fun.
What up,
gentlemen?
What's up, guys?
Hello.
Do you guys stay pretty active this morning? I literally just got to my desk.
No, there has been nothing, Jack. You have missed absolutely nothing.
I knew that was going to happen. I was like, I am not going to even bother.
I have taken 1,000 trades and made a bunch of money. So
yeah, I've taken a couple longs, and I'm still in a long right now.
Well, there's always a trade that can happen. It just, some days are better opportunities than the next. But such a big gap up here for America's 250th birthday. Shout out America.
Yeah.
Whoa,
America.
Part of the reason I'm long right there.
Whoa, that was fun. Woo!
Did you guys, Nick? Did you notice the NinjaTrader inside the octagon or no?
I did. I said it to Stowe like before we even jumped on last night's stream. Was just like, hey, like there's a NinjaTrader logo on the octagon, so that's pretty sweet.
Yeah.
I'll have to figure out.
Guys, we're famous. Pretty soon they're going to put Nick's AIs in the octagon. It's going to be Nick's design.
They should. They should definitely have some of my AI imagery directly. Well, allegedly AI imagery. I think these are real photo shoots. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Deny.
But yeah, that was pretty much my thesis going into today. Was they literally held, there's a deal allegedly on the table, and we really just held a sporting event on the White House lawn, and it was UFC, and there's a NinjaTrader logo, and you want to short this? Like, no. No, absolutely not. Like, all of that just happened in the last 24 hours, and you're looking for shorts? No.
NinjaTrader is on a logo, on an octagon, on the White House lawn, and you're bearish?
We're in the big leagues. It's the big leagues. That is too funny. I think they had an advertisement during the main card too on the screen. I was talking to one of the guys who works on the tech team over at NinjaTrader. I was actually with him last night, and he was telling me a little bit more about the deal.
Nice.
But yeah, did anybody catch that one? I honestly went to bed before the main card, so
yeah,
I did not watch it.
I we
know you didn't watch it, and if you did, it was on your phone. So
this is true.
Probably couldn't see it anyway.
Bro, what the hell? Why am I catching strays?
I will say this though, like I
don't think that was a stray.
This is me getting old. I can't. I could not fall asleep after watching it last night. Like, me watching fighting in bed, like fired up until 1 a.m. is a recipe for me just to not sleep. So
yeah,
I'm just too old. The adrenaline's still going. It's already, I've learned this, Stowe. I don't know if you feel this, the Sunday night show that we do, like I have a hard time like winding down, I think, because we're just laughing, we're yelling. There's a lot of energy. It just takes me a while to kind of wind my mind back down.
I was up till 1 o'clock because I still had a psychology paper to write, by the way.
Of course you did. But like that plus fighting, it's like, yeah, of course I didn't sleep last night.
Yeah. That'll get you
going. Stowe, you chose streaming with Nick over finishing your paper.
No, I streamed and then finished the paper.
So are you in school?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I started a bachelor's program for forensic social work.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna get my master's. It's something I've always wanted to do. So
good for you.
Thanks, man.
One of us has got to learn.
It's weird. If you think I'm an unk on this show, you should see what I'm like in the chat at college. It's super unk status.
Oh my gosh! Hey, Salma, you've been trading the Russell. That's the only one I just looked at that. That thing's not participating in this continuation higher off the open.
Yeah, I actually tried to take a long and then just stopped out, basically break even. Glad I exited. It just looks so crappy.
Yeah.
There's nothing here. Nothing here for me, honestly.
I'm gonna take that last one off. We're almost at my.
We just hit 76.26 on ES.
Yep.
SPX still has 5 points. Room to go higher. So we'll see.
So we got the magic box at 31,000.
Yeah, I'm gonna save it. I'm gonna. I mean, if we got magic box on Monday, We're not that far off the V range. We're gonna have to grind all day for that. But this ES long is nice. I'm happy with it.
Nothing shocks me anymore. I mean, this looks like we're gonna potentially break out above the IB right now.
This is what happened last night too. It was just like this really like buying that just pressed up against and never pulled back from passive sellers, and then just drifted once it was gone. So if it wants to do that today, that's fine. It's fine.
I honestly might call it a day. This is nothing here for me.
I kind of want to. I want to take the Russell long some. I just want to wait for it to put an actual low.
Well, I don't know where. Yeah, I don't know where it could reverse from, because now we've kind of where we're at now. We've basically breached the gap. Like, this is the extended trading hours gap. We're already in the RTH gap.
I wouldn't think we build that gap here today, though. You know, it's just like definitely one of the. It's obviously the weaker index. We just came. I don't know. I'm just looking for a pivot high to get taken out. I don't know what we're going to either, but I'm just going to wait for a swing low to be put in, like hold for 25 minutes, not take out a low, take out a previous swing high. When that happens, I'll look for a long. But I agree. I don't know where it's going to turn around, but I do think it will eventually do that.
I would say probably 83 would be a good area. But obviously it's 10 points from here. I don't know. Honestly, I really don't know. This is very, very tricky here. I thought when I was long, I entered long at like 10 a.m. Or I'm sorry, like a few minutes before 10 a.m. And I thought, we would get that move higher because obviously all the other indexes were pushing. So, we printed a shooter candle, looked a little bit bullish to me, tried it, and then it failed. And so, I'm
gonna take your 83 and raise you 84, and I'm gonna look for that level. But yeah, no,
same. 84. Cool. I like it.
I'm gonna set an alert and just unless something else happens. But yeah,
Tracy's talking about this tanker getting fired at in the chat. I was thinking this weekend. Do you think how much money do you need to make a year to be someone that works on one of these tankers when? As a secondary part of your job, not only are you a person doing all of whatever is happening on an oil tanker, right? I guess like pumping oil around, but you also could get shot at in the process. Like, what kind of hazard pay is this?
They're almost always people from the countries that are very poor. They're not Americans at all. Like, it's the lower wage paying jobs they get, from very poor countries typically.
Brutal.
Yeah, that also has to suck. Like when they were all just stuck there for however many days. That is horrible.
I'm too claustrophobic to be on a boat for that long. No way. Pass.
Yeah, I won't even do a cruise.
Same.
What? They're so fun. No, you don't even feel like you're on a boat.
Not.
They are. They're really, really fun.
No. Chat, thoughts?
You know what is fun?
You know what is
fun? Us getting off the street. Let's go.
All right. See you later.
I was trying to
buddies. Thanks, ladies. Loved hanging with you.
Bye, guys.
Thought you were talking to us.
I was trying to rage bait Salma into saying by just getting the chat to start debating about cruises. She's got better things to do, allegedly.
Yeah, like she said she was done for the day. I think she really just wants to be done for the day.
Yeah, the chat is not a cruise team. Like everyone is saying my exact thoughts here. So yeah, no cruise for me. No, thank you.
When COVID broke out, my dad's broker called him, was like, buy Carnival Cruise Lines. So my dad called me. He's like, yeah, my broker just told me to buy Carnival. And Carnival was like, this was just when the pandemic was breaking. And, because their dividend was high. I was like, Dad, I really think that's a bad investment. And I don't know if I don't know what Carnival's at, but if he did ever get back to that entry point, it must have taken him 6 years. I was like, fire that guy.
No, thank you. Chat, good morning. How are we doing? What are my targets? Higher. I mean the magic box a little higher. We don't have a ton of structure at this point to the upside, so there's only so much. But yeah, at this point, this is part of I know I rolled over, so part of this is still me not exactly having perfect structure for the all-time high and stuff here. So I would love to see us.
31,800.
Huh?
31,800 is my higher time frame target. We held the 50% retracement of the high of October, which was that high before in the Nasdaq, that high before breakdown. So if you take the high of October, which is one of the ways I draw fibs, to what was the all-time high before the breakdown, we kind of based in the middle of that range at that 50%. So 31,850 is where that.
I forgot during Miami trip, I went to lunch with Jack, and Jack had a good way for me to stop being an idiot at all-time highs, and it was, why don't you just use fib extensions to the upside, like beyond the all-time high? And I was like, yeah, why didn't I think of that? That's such a simple way to have some just realistic targets that apparently some algorithms might actually look at in time. So yeah, I completely forgot until you just said that's a good way to target some extensions too from certain spots.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm an idiot. Maybe I should listen to my friends when they give me advice on other perspectives to be successful in trading. So
we'll all learn from each other. But yeah, I mean, as far as getting in here today, I don't really have anything in the Nasdaq that didn't trade overnight. If you're going to trade Sunday night, I was a little busy, wasn't at the desk, but I do think there was some great entries last night. But once we've opened, I mean, there's one or two. I never want to say there's no trades to be had. I'm actually just,
You guys rolled already? Yeah, I roll when Ninja and other charting platforms tell me the volume is over 50%, which is what I have my filtered for it to prompt me. So
in production, can we get that text? Jack and Nick are really cute and nice together. Can we get that across the screen?
Yeah, that's really sweet. Thank you so
much.
Wow,
I'm just so flattered.
By the way, Cooper, I don't know if you're in the chat. I usually always are, but I owe you a code from last night for getting the question right. Contact me, however you so choose, in whatever form.
Oops. Big weekend for the world, huh?
It seemed like it.
We had Stanley Cup Finals, Knicks, America's birthday, I guess, or event in the lawn.
We had the World Cup.
That's my goodness.
Good weekend for sports.
Who's got time to pay attention to the markets right now?
I know.
Yeah, I love the markets more than all those things, but
let's see if we can keep poking higher here. But oh, there's Cooper. Hey, Cooper. Yeah, really just up to like 31,000 is like my next spots, 31,020-ish. But we'll see how stupid to the upside we want to get right now. I might cover one of these here and just hold the runner.
Go Sports. Sports is bullish, apparently. Yeah, even if you think about like that hard rejection in CL, I don't know if you were watching that on Friday, Nick, but CL had such a hard rejection of that 87.23 level off the rally, and then just of course. But we've been, how many times have we been told that the deal's close, the deal's done, right? So I don't think a lot of people believed it going into the weekend. Price was still trending higher, but until that deal was signed, I think Tracy said, until I see it happen, I don't believe it. And I guess it's happened now. I have no idea what the details are, but market seems like it.
Yeah. It was even like something from Vance coming out today. That's like, there's still a lot of details in the deal to iron out. And it's like, okay, well, that sounds like the deal is still very as ambiguous as it was 2 weeks ago when we were possibly maybe going to have a deal. And it was just like random people saying one side has sent a deal and the other people are saying we haven't agreed to anything. So
let's see here.
But I covered one. I'm just going to go down to a runner. Let this roll. What is everything else doing?
Things just kind of hanging out.
Rolled
I mean,
back up.
I just started picking up the Russell here just to keep it tight. If it takes out this low, I'll try it again later. But it's the only thing that's actually giving pullback, which is not always a good thing if you're trying to go long. But I do think if these other indexes continue to move higher, we're going to sweep back up.
Where did my chat go? There it is. Thank you. Continuing to try to break out here. What is the S doing? Same thing. Like we're going to drift higher. Jack, are you long the Russell right now?
I did just get long the Russell. Yeah.
I was going to say, did I miss you saying you were long the Russell? How did I miss that?
I did mention it. But we, yeah. I'm thinking as we go into lunch here in about 15 minutes. I don't know. I'm just got a really tight stop below lows, and then I'll wait for 80, 84s. We really haven't broken structure to the upside, so I would say this is still probably a little early to get long, but I'm giving it a shot. I'd really want to see us get above either 3,000 or 3,000 or probably back to that 84 level. One of the two. We get back to 84, I'll try it again.
Oh, I hope this doesn't turn into just a slow day where we just do nothing.
It's going to be one of those, like, there's going to be a one grade entry, like post lunch, maybe a trick in between.
I mean, wait, it's, well, we have Friday. Friday's a holiday. And then next week's normal. And then it's 4th of July. So, yeah. Wonderful.
You're right. Welcome to summer trading. It's about to get real.
That's basically what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
It's are you going anywhere for the 4th?
Probably just gonna go. My parents live in Wisconsin on a lake, so I'll probably go up there.
Nice. Yeah, we're trying to head back to my parents too in Orange County.
Orange County. What's an Orange County 4th of July look like? Is there fireworks allowed?
There's depends on what kind of 4th of July you want. So a lot of the beach cities, yeah, they'll do fireworks. If you go to Newport Beach or Huntington Beach, it's an absolute like slosh fest of like if I was 22, that's where I would be. Just on the boardwalk and somebody's house that they rented on the peninsula. Like that's just where they live, so you party there. As an adult with a baby, we're probably going to a friend's house and watching some fireworks.
Yeah, the fireworks and the babies, got to get the earmuffs or
But my parents just like redid a house and they're retiring down in near Dana Point. So I haven't seen it because we had the baby and I haven't traveled with the baby yet. So gonna take a trip.
How far of a drive would that be for you?
Oh, we ain't driving, sir.
Okay.
That's that would be like 20 hours.
Yeah. Oh, ooh.
Yeah, and it'd be through like West Texas. We would have to split it and like see my brother in Scottsdale or something. But
Yeah.
that's too long of a drive. I would probably fly the dogs and do like JSX or something before I would do that drive if I was going to do something a little different or wanted to bring that much
20
stuff.
hours.
Otherwise, yeah, we're just gonna fly first time with the baby. See how it goes.
How old's your kid now?
She's 19 months.
Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say the younger, like the up to like 10, 11 months, pretty easy. 19 months.
I don't know how she's going to do. That's kind of the way it is.
Well, it's the thing. What you got to watch for is like the taking off landing, the ear thing. Like, does she still use a bottle?
No.
Okay. Well,
yeah.
I mean, or just like a sippy cup, something to drink on the way down. But other than that, it's just, if they're having a good day or a bad day.
Yeah, we're trying to like figure out the timing, but like what time of day we want to leave. I don't think she would nap or sleep on the plane. So, Mark, I've actually played that par 3 course in Laguna at the ranch. I've not in a long time. I did it in my early 20s when I was living in Newport. Yeah, Kevin, you know what's funny? Someone else said the blue painter's tape thing to me. And everyone has also said just more snacks than you possibly think you could ever need. It's only a 2.5 hour to 3 hour flight, so shouldn't be that terrible.
I might continue to add here into this Russell. Do like that we just held that low, so I just added another and move this stop up. Keep it really tight. Normally, the 3-point stop's pretty tight for me in Russell, but it's about half the ATR I usually use. But these indexes pushing up the highs, and Russell, if we just held a higher low, very minimal higher low, kind of going into my theory that selling into European session close could potentially be it. And honestly, I'll just be looking for a trade back to the open. I'm not looking for a blast out to new highs, but this is about a 6 hour trade if it runs to my current target, which isn't a bad risk reward ratio. We'll see though. 6 hours. Got to get these markets continue higher. I need to see it above, like, realistically this 3,000, 3,001 area to really get me confident that that low is being put in, because we're really still making lower highs here. So, but if we start taking out a higher high, it'd give me some confidence.
NQ at 50% of the weekly gray pool. I have absolutely no idea what that is, but
what's a gray pool?
I don't know what a gray pool is. Is that like a dark pool, but a different color?
It's a dark pool of bacteria in it.
Ah.
And watch out for those.
I'm just going to be honest. Gray pool sounds like white van nonsense, so I'm just going to leave it there. Sounds like Phantom of the Order book stuff. Beyond my pay grade.
Yeah, we don't learn about that stuff. They only teach that stuff in
I just press buttons.
Expert trading classes.
Appreciate the long advice. Did I say? Oh, from last night, I think we were talking about that too. But I mean, there were several, I guess, attempts that you could look to get long on ES. It was like the cleanest OR mid and value area low on the session, like several attempts to kind of get long off the like 76.08, 76.10 on ES. So plenty of spots to jump in to long because we just could not build value any lower. NQ, kind of a similar story, just all of this building above the opening range. So Not quite like the simplest long, but you really weren't seeing anything from sellers. Plus, Mondays historically are pretty bullish, and we're still gap up and go, and the market didn't show any interest in wanting to potentially fill this Sunday open gap from last night. So get on the trend. It just has been slow, grindy, and drifting higher since we opened. Cool down. That helps. Yes, you can see gray pools apparently with level 3 data. That makes sense.
But what is a gray pool?
I have no idea, but apparently you need level 3 data. So,
I see. I thought we actually had a real answer.
Someone asked me a question. James, yeah, everything we do, me and the boys are doing like late night stuff. It'll all be around 8 p.m. Like the EDU thing that XY and I are doing, and the Sunday thing it's still gonna be at 8. Just works best because all of us got families. We just got to do a little order flow after dark.
Kids to bed.
Yeah, kids to bed, and dinner's done. Wife's watching trash reality TV or something, and I can look at the markets for an hour and hang out with my friends. Logan, there's no such thing as level 3 data. I'm troll, or it wasn't me, but we're just trolling.
But level 4 though.
Level 4 is my stops. Is where everyone else can see my stops as your entry criteria. Would have appreciated a heads up before Leo's epic entrance from the pool. I know. That's the problem with giving your friends like keys to a login is just they can show up at any time. And so Leo jumping in on a stream from the pool I can't control that, unfortunately.
That's funny. That
they
happened.
Come and go as they please.
Leo in a bathing suit on stream. Is that what happened?
He just called in on his voice, but
I was gonna say, did you guys have a tip jar for this at least? I think that NinjaTrader ad worked because there's a lot of people watching. Either that because the markets are up so big. I feel like there is more people.
That was I had said because I'm a big UFC guy. I have been a very long time. And I sent my brother, who's been to so many random events over the years, and he owns his own business, so he just randomly has a suite certain places, or a partner or vendor has a suite, and so he almost went to the Abu Dhabi one like twice. Just never could seem to make a flight to the Middle East work with running your own business sometimes. But big UFC guy, and so I sent him that, and he was pretty fired up with it. That being involved with the show and NinjaTrader and them being a big sponsor now, that's really cool.
Yeah, did you see who NinjaTrader picked to give the tickets to?
I had a good laugh too, but I love both those guys. So
yeah, no, for sure.
But yeah, AJ's a good buddy of mine, and I'm like, that group of, that's such a small cluster of like an exclusivity of an event, and I was like, I hope you realize how awesome that was to be there, because nobody
tickets in the ring too, because obviously there's like those spectators in the back or something, but they're in the ring.
So cool.
Real seats. I don't even know how many real seats they have. Probably only
most of them went to service members, and then I think it was the sponsors and a few others had the other a couple thousand that had access, and then everybody else was in the boonies at the Eclipse like fan expo thing that they built on the reflective pool, whatever it's called.
Yep. The painted blue. All right, here we go. Russell getting out above that swing high. Really want to see this above 3K, and then I'll feel pretty confident that this trade can hold. It's level. Let's just see how high it can get. I mean, if we can get back up through this big old ATR bar down that we had here I mean, that's a bit at 10, 10, 10. If we were to somehow get above that, we've got a lot of day left. It is only 11:30.
Yeah. It'll be a long week too. I know it's only 4 days, but there's a lot of things can happen. And it's OPEX week, it's rollover. I mean, I would imagine we still have a pretty decent trade to tape once the volume does continue to shift to September. Someone asked me a question.
The chart watermark property. I don't know what that is.
Yeah, I don't either.
What is that?
Yeah, someone can chime in there. Nick is a Sean O'Malley fan. I don't know who the person was that made that very well-crafted, well thought out joke, if you will, about the Sean O'Malley thing with me, which I still don't really understand. But hey, you put some thought into that, whoever that person was trying to troll me over the last few months with the Sean O'Malley joke. But that was a hell of a knockout by him last night.
He's just been crushing it. I mean, when's the last time he got beat?
He lost his rematch to Marab, and then he had won like 2 in a row since then.
Yeah.
Don't say results. The fight's over.
Yep. Sorry, bud.
I can't control that.
This isn't like a TV show where, like, yeah, if you haven't watched it yet, you know, it's like
fights, knockouts, and things. Like, I'm sorry, we live in a social media world. There's, a spoiler alert everywhere. Anyone that watches sports on recording, you're dead to me, because I don't know how you can function that way. I refuse. If I miss, like, I have friends that every once in a while they'll rewind or they'll pause it if someone leaves the room for like an NFL game. I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, no, you missed 10 seconds. We don't watch this from a delay. Like, that's not the way this works with sports. I can't do it.
And by the way, I don't know who won the Stanley Cup last night. So if I did see somebody won it. So if somebody want to spoil that for me, feel free.
The Alex Pereira, Cyril Gahn fight, that was sad because I'm a big Alex fan, and he just got Gahn was just a little too quick for him. So hopefully we can actually see the rematch of the heavyweight not be ended by an eye poke.
Carolina won. Okay, thank you, Tracy.
Yes, Carolina did win. Now we're in the weird sports time where the only thing on is baseball, which I'm a fan. Just my team is terrible. The franchise I love is terrible. So, I got to find something else to occupy my time all summer because I can't watch the Angels continue to lose.
I did not know there was a 10-second delay on Indy Live. Is that a YouTube? I think YouTube has like an automatic 3-second.
It's not that. The latency is not 10 seconds. I know for a fact it's not. But there is a slight delay, and that's just, streaming in general. There's going to be a slight bit of latency as you're.
They're not bleeping us out for errors, right? They're not
it's about as close to zero latency as you could get. It's not that big. That is true. The World Cup is going on, and it is slowly making my life traversing around different parts of Dallas difficult so far. Although I have loved seeing all the stuff on Twitter from people all over the world experiencing like the South.
That's funny.
It's in like Texas. It's just been hilarious to watch. People going into like Bass Pro Shops and Buc-ee's and other places, and just seeing just experiencing different parts of America. It's been hilarious. Nick, can you explain how you set your stop loss? This was originally a 14-point stop, just below kind of the, it was like this wick over here. And I scaled into 3, got one off pretty quickly, but I usually am always running somewhere between like an 8 and 20-point stop on NQ. Depends on how I got in. Did I scale in? What I'm looking at for invalidation. Is it a piece of market generated information? Is it a big order that came in? So I'm usually hiding it behind some real logic, whether it be visually or an actual specific spot, hard number that I'm looking at. But yeah, I still run pretty tight stops. But once we kind of cleared above like 780s, I moved it to break even on the two that I was still holding. Don't love this though.
I feel like soccer is the most popular sport in the world because it's probably the cheapest sport to participate in anywhere in the world.
It's also, probably the easiest one to just do it anywhere, anytime. Like, because you could set up any two objects as a goal, and you just need something to.
Exactly.
And
like you could kick almost anything around. You could kick like a balloon with wrapped in duct tape.
And then you just need open space. I mean, you don't really need that much space. You can play it in a minimized form too. Yeah. So that's probably why I think it's the most like low access needed sport that you can just play at any time, which is cool. I kind of wish it was more popular here. I know it's still continuing to grow, but I also feel like they've been saying soccer is like the fastest growing sport in the US for like 2 decades. And you don't see our best athletes always going to it, I guess, that fit that mold and build. They still play other sports, it seems, here in the US. Like their focus is other sports.
For sure. Like there isn't like how many, I would think about like, I don't know, pick some random country in South America. Like how many true sports leagues are there? Yeah. Is there like probably baseball? Maybe, I don't know. Like, is there like, growing up at the local schools? I don't know. I didn't grow up in South America, but do you guys have basketball teams? But I would imagine there's no American football teams. There's probably few baseball teams, probably only amongst like,
It's also the most beautiful, most skilled required game. There's a lot of strategy there. There's, I don't know, sports, when you get into the mental side of sports, it's really cool. Like, I think if you really understand the way baseball's played, like it's a lot more fun to watch if you understand the analytics and shifting and all these different things and approaches to specific batters and all these other things. Like, it just changes the game slightly. I think Stowe and I talked about this, Stowe. Something about even just listening to the radio broadcast, if you were alone watching a game in person, is like a completely like different fun experience to do. But yeah, I mean, sports are awesome. I am not picky about a specific one to watch. I'm always a fan. I just wish I guess the passion that other countries show what they would call football or soccer here, I wish we had that level of passion in it here. Like, cause no one's paying that much attention to it here outside of the World Cup, which kind of sucks.
There'd be too many riots.
Yes.
I'm kind of glad we don't. You saw one.
We have Raiders fans. That's all we need.
Yeah, we don't. I don't know.
But I would rather like me going to a Premier League game at like Wembley or some of the other places in the UK. I feel like would be like a sports bucket list thing for me. Like to really experience like a full day in that town and go to the stadium in the UK. I think would be a lot of fun.
Yeah. Well, I was talking to some this guy who works for Ninja is going to the event, but he said while Ninja's out there, they're going to have the UK World Cup. They have like dinner, and then like right after dinner, it's the UK one of the World
that'll be awesome. Yeah, college football is probably the closest thing to like that type of like game day experience, I would imagine, to UK or European leagues on the day of a match. It's probably the closest you could get here. Would be like a tailgate day in the South.
Yeah. Do they have tailgates at in other countries? They don't have cars.
That's true. But probably you're in the town and the pubs and everything else and head into the stadium. I would imagine around the stadium it's very similar, maybe. Not comparable. Sir, have you been to the Grove for a game day? Have you been to Tuscaloosa for a game day? Have you been to Baton Rouge? Unless you have, I don't think we can make a comparison. I've never been to the UK, but I know what those cities are like.
I love when anybody's like, not comparable. However, I have never personally compared it, but it's not comparable. I've never compared it, but I can believe it's not comparable. Would I go break even on this trade? Sure. I mean, do I feel like I need to? No. Like, because the way I see this trade, if this thing starts moving against me, I'm probably just going to blast out before I get the break even. Like if I was going to walk away from my desk, I'd move it to break even, but I would probably just hit close position before that thing went back like my way at this point in time. I'm not like too concerned. Also, we've started, once that rally started, this is the fourth bar. I kind of wait to the fifth, which is the next, and just see where we're at. I mean, could this move back to my entry? Of course, it's the market. But I'm not really too concerned about that right now.
And Q moving like ES today. Yeah, that's how it feels. That's why we're talking about sports, because there's not a whole lot going on outside of Jack and I just sitting pretty in these longs. Granted, you had a hell of an entry there in the Russell. Damn.
Yeah, I'll take that for my first trade of the day. I literally like in my Discord, I was like, yeah, guys, I'm not trading this open. I just was like, I mean, not that there was an action to be, but sometimes I find with big gaps ups, and they're almost always on Mondays when you just have that, especially you have big news over the weekend. The trade, anytime you have giant news over the weekend, the trade is Sunday night. It's not Monday. It's not the Monday morning open. It's the Sunday night open. I wasn't at my home. I wasn't home. I would have traded if I was home. But, sometimes I just don't bring my laptops to social events and look like a loser in the corner trading the Sunday night open. And like, what's that guy doing? Just got to live a little bit. But, yeah, I mean, the Russell was weaker, which in this case, something I'll take into my mind moving forward for the rest of the week. I probably won't be looking for too many longs in the Russell the rest of the week if it's like the weakest smoke. But we came right to this orange line here that I have, which I refer to as my upper mid. And we actually bounced on the first test, came down, and inverse fair value gap. Not that I'm like, I was looking for just some piece of evidence that buyers had stepped in and sellers were potentially getting exhausted. And once I saw that, I just added. And then when we held this second low, I just added again. And I knew I could use that stop as a low. That stop, when I placed it, my ATR, if you see at the top left of my screen, says 6.7, which is about where it was. My stop here is about half of that. So I was using a stop a lot smaller than I typically do. And I'll be going over that in my strategy session in 2 weeks, where I use, this ATR, which is in a constant state of change based on volatility, of course, to, determine my risk. But in this point, I didn't feel like I really needed that big of a stop, because it's like that low is going to hold or it's not. If it's not, I'm not going to stick around. But yeah, just need, really all you need, Nick, you're in a great trade too. I mean, one great trade today, go touch grass. Like, you don't need to stick around, and especially on a day like today where it is like once you get that early morning entry, you're doing a great job just riding out. I mean, up 100 and some points. Of course, you're going to get little pullbacks, but you have to think about the context of like what had happened. Like, we're right back on all-time highs, aren't we? Like, or getting
pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, ES, new all-time high here. Look at last week. I mean, Friday, 2 weeks ago. The following, what was it, Tuesday, we're like, oh man, is this thing, I thought we were going to get a bigger pullback. I really did. But no, that didn't last at all.
Touch grass.
Grass frenzy. Is that okay? That's what I thought. Is that the dude's voice from Halo that they just put on?
Yep.
Okay.
Betrayal.
We probably can't use the other ones. I used to love Halo too. I don't know if any of you guys.
That was a simpler time, man. We still
if
had
you
like
gave me Halo 2 on my computer, I might not trade.
I don't understand how they can't make that again. Like, I'm very confused how we've gone so far the Fortnite direction, I guess.
All the maps same, weapons same. I want the BR
system,
combo.
the whole new gen of these kids would have no chance with the way that the pace of how that game rendered and did it compared to what I guess Fortnite and like all these things do now. It was very different. And when you
Capture
were
the
playing
flag.
yeah, it just was different time. Nostalgia, man.
Back when people used to stand by people, you remember that? Stand buying? Pull the router cord.
Yeah, there's no DLC, there was no microtransactions, just you, your friends, and a Ethernet cable in 2 different rooms.
Unfriggin' believable.
Yes, this is a very Unk moment. Jack and I are in our mid to late 30s. So yes, this is an Unk moment.
I was like 15, obsessed with that game.
Yeah, not a phone in sight is right.
But no social media.
This is on the original Xbox. This is before the red screen, the red light of death. Like this is just a different, simple time.
Take me back.
There used to be places in the mall that just had a line of like the massive back, like 500-pound TVs, however much they weighed, Jack, in the early 2000s. Like the big screen TVs, and they just had that and like a gaming,
heavy.
Yeah, like a small chair, and they had like entire real estate leased in malls where all it was just LAN Halo 2. And what was the other one? Battlefield on PC, like the original one. And that was what you did. You paid by the hour to go sit in one of those and play with your friends at the mall.
Uh-huh. Good times. Was I a big gamer? Honestly, no. I just played Halo 2. I played nothing else. Like maybe Ages of Empire on the computer, I think. Is that what it was called? Ages of Empire a little bit at a friend's house. And then there's like one more computer game. But like I would never consider myself like a big gamer. But yeah, Halo 2, I probably spent like a year straight playing. Command and Conquer, may have played that. Yeah, it was all about leveling up. That'd be kind of cool to bring back. You remember those little like you'd get like your level, like level 22, level 25, like, and then there was like sun level.
Yeah.
And like moon level.
Just so much fun.
That was like the best gamification of the character gamification, which I actually think would be cool in trading. Or like the gamification of like your status as a trader. If you could gamify that, like even for yourself, like if you get like, say you're like, whatever, 70% win rate or like, 3.2 profit average risk to reward ratio or something like that. Just kind of like judge your trading. It'd be kind of funny. Let's see what else has kind of moved in. I don't use level 2. I use level 3.
Yeah, it's where the great pools are.
Dude, okay, I'll tell you what. Bitcoin moving today.
I have not even looked at Bitcoin in like 2 weeks.
Yeah, so I mean, that's a pretty nice double bottom on the daily. I mean, that thing got liquidated. I actually thought we were going to pause, but we got liquidated, swept the lows. I really like that sweep of that daily lows. We consolidated for 5 days, and this is that first day up. That might, I mean, that 57 or 59k 60k level like seems to be a pretty solid higher time frame support at least. And I mean, it's basically a 50% retracement from the all-time from the low to high. Like, C0. Yeah, I mean, 0 to 127,000 is right around 63k, and that's basically where this base is coming from. That's full 50% retracement from 0 to all-time high. Seems to be some people buying that, but yeah, really moving higher here. I'm gonna be watching that. Bitcoin has futures, so I mean, anything can technically be irrelevant if you want it to be. But I just look for markets that I think are moving or good to trade. I don't really care what the label is. If I can trade them, I personally do not recommend trading Bitcoin like outrights. I think like the spreads is like I trade the futures contract.
Yeah, if you haven't played around with the micro Bitcoin contract, feel free. It's fun to trade when things are moving.
Well, it's also one of those things like that you can like, we're swinging in and out all day long in the Russell or the good NASDAQ or whatever you're trading. If those off products on those higher time frames, especially that offer micros, are really great opportunities to like grow your account. If you feel like, there might be one trade a quarter that is worth taking for a swing. And I do think Bitcoin is potentially at one of those levels where that 5-day bottom is probably not going to get taken out. And if it is, it's going to take some time. But if you just swing one micro BTC, maybe back up to like 85K, you're going to do a pretty good return. Just kind of off to the side of your head, not something you're looking at every day.
Nick is a pro lean hogs trader. That is correct. I have in fact won a cowboy hat for trading lean hogs successfully. I think I missed my calling when the pits were still open, sitting in the hog pit trading pork bellies or something. If only we could recreate the vibe. That probably was the hog pit.
Nick, that cookout I was at yesterday was a lot of old pit traders. And I mean, I didn't know who all of them were, but I was with like a guy that did, and he'd be like, that guy, he's like, you see that guy over there? Him, he's like, they used to run the corn market. I'm like, wow. Legends. Legends.
I love that. Nick, I thought you were a big platinum guy. No, my swing model that I'm building, apparently Claude is a big platinum guy. Because I didn't tell him to code platinum yet, and apparently he decided to start trying to push trades that were swing trades in platinum. So I'm still tweaking it. The swing model is not even done. I need more. I'm trying to also forward test it, if that makes any sense. Like I have some back tested data, but I also am trying to keep it current on like what the current market regime says for some of these things. So I'm also looking at like 120 days of forward data before I kind of validate a couple things that I'm trying. Which is fine. Like I don't need it's really for other products that I'm not watching every day. So I don't care enough to try to actively trade it right now. Like I can wait. Do you have any advice to trading rollover weeks? Keep it light. If you trade based on volume based information like I do, it tends to get split in the early part of the week between the June and September contracts. So I don't overtrade. This will be my last trade of the day. I'm at break even. It was a simple long entry. And yeah, this is the type of, I'm not trying to fade this move. It makes no sense. I'm just kind of going with it. And like Jack said earlier, if you get a decent entry, you get one decent trade, go do something else after. And I said last night on the show, I'm just really going to be trading when on stream this week. That's just part of it too. I don't really tend to overtrade or try to trade too much during roll weeks.
Good advice there for sure. I am not a huge fan of roll weeks myself. I need to start planning vacations around them.
Yeah, I say that every time, and then I'm still here. But I think just giving yourself other projects, other tasks, stuff to do during this week is just gonna help you. It's gonna be slower. It's gonna get a little wonky. You got options expiration that always follows with roll week too, so it just gets it's just kind of a weird week. And now we have SpaceX in the markets, so lovely.
Yeah.
When do options start in SpaceX? Anybody know?
Once they feel like they can take enough money from the retail trader, right?
Yeah,
they need to know. I wonder how much data they need. A certain amount of data, I'm sure, to be able to do the Black-Scholes module or whatever.
I just want to see, do we start just going full Tesla in 2021 where it just like delta squeezes once options get added and just stupid things start happening? So I'm just staying away.
Well, if it did,
since eventually when I buy the triple Qs and probably SPY, eventually I'm going to be forced to buy it anyway. So there's going to be 17 ETFs coming shortly for it too.
We got a couple different answers on a little bit of debate on when they're coming out. Tracy says 30 days. People saying tomorrow. Seems like a couple people confident in that.
Tuesday? There's no way it's Tuesday. Really?
I can believe it's Tuesday. Oh, hey.
Hey, Jim.
Hey, guys.
What's up?
What's up? How you guys been?
Been good, man.
Yeah, I'm getting mixed results too on that SpaceX options question.
I have no idea. I didn't think it would IPO Friday, options on Tuesday. I always felt like it was longer than that, but maybe I'm insane.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, I don't know. We'll find out. Believe me, we'll know.
Yeah, we'll know.
Oh,
things up 10% today.
Crazy, right? Did you guys get in on it or no?
Yeah, I mean, no, I could care less. I'll probably get in on it at some point, but the valuation it's at pre-lockup, I probably only post lockup. We'll really be interested in seeing like what is this thing actually trading at?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we'll find out soon. Nick, how about you? Did you get in on it?
I did not.
No. Okay. All right. What's the game plan for the rest of the day? You both have positions going on. What's the management technique going forward here?
Yeah, I'll probably shift this stop up to just below the initial balance high and then just kind of let it ride and see what happens for the rest of the afternoon. If we get a nice little trend day upside or if we're going to reoffer around like 900s and take me out. But I would love to see us potentially just continue to kind of drift up towards 31K and I would cover up there.
I just moved my stop up here because I've been in for 25 minutes at least, and I'm just all in, all out on this as of right now. So I'm just going to every half an hour take a look at it and hope it keeps kind of crawling back up towards highs and looking for a move back up to the open ideally and kind of see what we do there and then get out. So I'll just be trailing every half an hour and either getting taken out of my trail or get a move back to the open.
Very awesome. Well, you guys did a great job as usual. Appreciate you. Let's give these two a round of applause, please. And I'm sure I will talk to you guys later on in the week. Appreciate you as usual. I'm going to do a quick edge report, and we are going to end the morning stream.
Thanks, guys.
All
later.
Right. Oh, sorry about that. All right, we're good. Crude oil. Let's check it out. We have a gap down on crude oil. Let's go all the way and see what that is. Look at this. This is the craziest thing of all time. This gap down is $1.76 on the Globex reopen here, and it would be bigger, but we had this crazy wick here right off the bat last night that you could see on the very first 10-minute candle. But anyway, the dust settled here during the Asian initial balance. Sellers, pretty consistent sell-off, kind of up. Yeah, we wiggled around a little bit, made some new lows, rallied back up. But then when we got to the London IB, boom, another big sell-off to the downside. US IB, boom, another big sell-off to the downside. So these initial balances were all three of them have sold off from the highs. And ended at the lows. So right now we're kind of the point of control is pretty decent right now, to be honest with you. It's 36 right now. We're right below it. There's a couple of moving averages kind of tangled up right there. That session VWAP starting to go sideways right now at 80.49. That's again, it hasn't been a good guide. It was a good guide going into the U.S. initial balance. Look at we wick through it, sold off, wick through it, sold off, wick through it, sold off, and then one more time, wick through it, sold off. This time, though, we hit some candles close above there a little bit, which is a little concerning. But right now, we're below it as well. Put supports at 80,000 right now for this. And also targets are the IB low and the session low here. The session low happened during the London IB low, and that number is exactly 79.70. So, but put support we'll see if we can stay above or below put support from a closed candle basis at the end of the day. I'm not quite so sure. CCI is just zigzagging all over the place. It's not really helping us. Just to take a bigger picture view, going back to a daily candle here, this isn't that looks. It doesn't look that great if you're bullish, but if you're bearish, it looks fantastic. We have this target wick down here. We haven't got to it yet. April 17 swing low at 78.97 on my radar screen right here, right now. So that's the story of crude oil. Let's go over to the E-mini S&P and see what that's looking like right now. Oops, I didn't want to do that. I want to stick with the daily chart. Big picture. Well, really, let's see if we made all-time highs yet. Did we? This is the September contract, by the way, folks. The September contract has 476,000 contracts traded already. You should be here. Plenty of volume. This is the next contract for the next 3 months. So keep that in mind as well. But we broke through the June open, and not only that, I mean, the previous all-time high was 32. We're at 43 right now. We're 11 handles above that right now. Powerful rally up. You see a couple of weird gaps here going up, especially overnight last night. Let's check out intraday real quickly here. This gap down here from the Globex. This is where we opened. This is where we closed. Opened this last night. Globex gap 40.75 points. Huge gap up. Continuation all night, all day. USIB, boom, we broke out, making new highs as we speak. And there's a couple of targets up here. These are rare targets here. We got a blind spot 1 all the way up here at 76.73, and then R3 is at 76.76. So that's it for the targets on the upside. Targets on the downside, I mean, we break back into the IB, number 1. Number 2, point of control is pretty dominant, actually. A lot of volume there. So it'd be nice to see some volume kind of develop up higher to maintain this bullish disposition. But right now, that 12, that 76.12 is dominant point of control. It's way bigger than any other histogram bar we see on this chart, which suggests possibly there could be some gravity pulling us back down here. VWAP's right below that. It's going to start going sideways probably is the most likely scenario. Below that, R2, and then that one-day max at 57.70. So from a retracement point of view, I'd keep my eye on that point of control at this point. This is the session volume profile. So that is this morning's Edge Report. Appreciate everybody being here with us on NinjaTrader Live. This afternoon, keep in mind, we have Trading the Close with Leo. XYZ and Joey are going to be with us this afternoon. Shai's going to kick us off at 2 o'clock with her afternoon update. We'll do another Edge Report. Looking forward to this afternoon. Thank you, everybody, for being here. The subscriptions, the thumbs up, greatly appreciated. Best community there is, no question about it. In the meantime, have a nice, relaxing lunch, and I'll see you this afternoon.